Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the archive. God damn it, my camera is off. It all got screwed up last week when my camera overheated and shut off, but it's working again now. I haven't replaced it yet. Welcome back. We're doing more Final Fantasy tonight, and we're doing quite a lot of it because we have 3 more job quests to do. I've got Paladin or Gladiator or whatever the base quest is, level 20. I have Conjurer level 20 and 25. And then we are not getting off until we get to Heavensward. I don't think it's going to take us that much longer than our normal streams, but I have work tomorrow, but it's not till like mid-afternoon. So we can stream a little longer, and so we're just going to go. We're just going to book it. We're going to get there. Fingers crossed nothing goes wrong, like my camera overheating. I do have the air conditioning running this time, so it's not going to get as unbearably hot in this room. So hopefully, fingers crossed, the camera won't overheat. But we'll find out as we get through. As for the remainder of the week, all scheduled streams should be good to go, other than Gatewalkers on Friday. Gatewalkers on Friday, I believe, don't know 100% what the plan is yet, but it looks like we're moving it to Sunday. That doesn't mean we're not playing Season of Ghosts on Sunday. That just means we might be playing both games, just separated by like an hour or so. So I will update the schedule when I know for sure. I am almost certain it is not happening Saturday, though. I have to change that on the schedule. Or Friday. Same thing. But regardless, I don't want to stall too much because we have progress to make. Also, my camera isn't working here. Okay, good. It's now working here. Hopefully, fingers crossed, there won't be any connection issues. I had a slight connection issue yesterday. Wasn't sure if that was a remnant of the DDoS attacks that had been going on or not, or if it was just my internet fucking up. And, of course, we had the server maintenance 2 days ago, so. And hopefully, fingers crossed, no connection problems, no issues will get in the way. We're just gonna push through. We're gonna go fast. Hopefully. Knowing me, we'll probably get queue times in the in any instance or dungeon or trials we have upcoming, and it's going to take we're going to have to sit here for like 10, 20, 30 minutes waiting for queues. But hopefully not. I mean, it's still relatively early in the day, so my hope is that that's not going to be the case. Let's start off with getting this Gladiator job done. Not quite level 25 for this job yet, so we only have one of these quests to do. Granted, I mean, it's possible we get to level 25 tonight. I don't think so. But I guess we'll figure it out. If the game would load. The one downside to running at 4K resolutions is the long load time. Oh, yep, it would be easier if I just teleported to Gladiators Guild. At least I'm pretty sure that's where I'm going. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to the right place. Mila! So good to see you. We gonna go kill more people? Okay, Carnage Sword. I certainly do bring a lot of carnage. The actual fucking non-wooden shield is nice, too. I don't know if any of this equipment is better than what we currently got, but I guess we'll find out. I'm glad you're here. One of our members has been attacked and gravely wounded, and I need you to go and help him. I suspect this is the work of more bounty hunters. It may even be a trap to lure more of us into the open. Nevertheless, we cannot ignore our comrade's plight. When last he contacted us by Link Pearl, he said he'd try to seek shelter at the Coffer and Coffin. Take this potion and search for him there. Before I forget. Coffin and Central. It's next to Black. Luckily, since I've been helping out a friend get into the game in some early time, I've actually had a little bit of experience, a little bit more experience healing and tanking within dungeons. Granted, you know, I've been doing pretty good as healer, but I did forget to activate tank stance the last dungeon, the last leveling roulette I did. So, you know, we're slowly getting there. We're getting there slowly. Help me. I can't feel my... Yeah, here. Thank you. It all happened so fast. Over by the tracks to the north. I don't know who attacked me, nor why they left me alive. But I dare say the answer is out there. Surely someone saw something. Okay. Yeah, we need to be here. Before I wander the fuck off. The fellow outside? Yeah, I guess I didn't want to read that dialogue. Fuck. It is still very hot in here. I'm gonna have to turn up the AC in a couple minutes if I don't want to fucking die. Suspicious characters. Well, now that you mention it, I did see a strange fellow wearing a garish purple robe. At first I thought he was talking to himself, but then I realized he had a link pearl. Heard him say something about the wrong man and the Silver Bazaar. Does that help? Yeah, I mean, I can sort of pick up what they were going on. They were hunting for our boy and came across the wrong guy. Yellow. Purple robe. That does sound familiar. Aye, it was him, I'd swear it. Did you find anything else? Scorpion ring? Picked this up by the tracks. Might well have belonged to the bastard. Can't say I've seen its like before. Might be as Wymund can tell you more. You know him, don't you? He's the bespectacled bloke who's always lounging around Emerald Avenue in the city. Of course, being the businessman that he is, he'll probably ask to be compensated in exchange. Show that ring to Wymund. He's sure to know something about it. Okay, yep, hit the return button. Yeah, I helped that fate. I deserve getting that fate completed pop-up. Okay. Hey, yeah, this guy. I've seen this guy a lot. Well, now. Everybody's favorite venture. I heard you threw your lot in with the gladiators. A questionable decision given the events of recent days, but to each his own. To what do I owe the pleasure? I have a ring. Want to check it out? I'll put that away before somebody sees it. What the seven L's did you get one of those things? What, don't you recognize the sigil? Goddamn fool. Before you go stumbling around in the brush, you ought to at least know what kind of venomous bastards will be lurking within. Been a long time since Ulda seen a criminal organization rise from obscurity to notoriety as quick as the Alacron. Word is, they got connection to the Brass Blades, the Syndicate, and God's knows who else. But you didn't hear that from me. I want no part in whatever mess you and your mates got yourself into, understood? Oh, great. That's phenomenal. I'm sure this will go perfectly. Back to the Gladiators Guild to tell Milia that we are in way the fuck over our heads. Except not really. I could probably take down the entire criminal organization on my own. Not probably as Gladiator, but, you know. Blow them all the fuck up. Oh, I was wondering when you might return. What news do you bring of our injured comrade? He was attacked by a member of the Alacran. The Alacran. I find that hard to believe, but no matter. One of our comrades returned from Stone's Throw a moment ago. A gang of bandits is said to be headed for the Silver Bazaar. They're after a man with an enormous bounty on his head. The people living there are in grave danger. In their frenzy to find their quarry, the bandits won't scruple to destroy property and harm civilians, and the few brass blades stationed there will be powerless to stop them. We must stop them. We'll protect the Silver Bazaar and avenge our injured guildmate all in one fell swoop. A bit melodramatic, if you ask me. Aldous, I told you never to come here again. I couldn't sit by while you charge into battle against an enemy you know nothing about. Amelia, a responsible guildmaster, would never risk the lives of her charges like this. Who are you to lecture me about responsibility? Mila, listen to me. This is the Alacran you're dealing with. So, whatever notoriety they may have achieved means nothing to me. We'll cut them down like the common bandits they are. It's not that simple. More importantly, it's not your fight. What are you saying? They want me, Mila. I've been fending off assassination attempts ever since I returned to Thanaland. I'll just stay here and let me handle this. It'll be over soon, I promise. Just stay here while you go off on your own, is that it? It's been 7 years since I let you leave, Aldous. 7 years. Do you have any idea what you put me through? Mila. Okay, we are freaking the fuck out. Alright, a little bit of an overreaction. Let's be frank. I mean, yeah, it was kind of 7 years. I'm sure you had something going on, but, like, the furious emote was a little unnecessary, don't we think? I don't want to hear it, you selfish bastard. Do you even care about the people who suffered because of you? Just get out. We don't need your help. We'll settle this ourselves. Mila, wait. There's something you need to know. Oh my god, she did it again. That furious emote, she's real mad. Not only to do it once, but to do it twice. Jeez. Alright. Save some of that for the Alacran. But do try not to let her here come to harm while you're at it. I'll be fine. We're always fine. We've gone through way fucking worse. No, that's Killer Instinct. We need not to go there. We need to go to Western Thanaland. I do actually gotta complete that quest and unlock Reaper, but, you know, I'm already leveling, like, these two jobs on top of, you know, Black Mage. Also, I'm sure this will go very well. Fighting, you know, fighting a criminal organization with the backing of, you know, the Syndicate, some of the most powerful people in Ul'dah. I'm sure this will just be phenomenal for us. Alright, let's do this. Ooh, I got a new mitt. God, that's a lot of enemies. And very loud noises. It? Oh my god, there's a lot fucking more. God, how many of these fuckers are there? Jesus. And wow, this fight is very loud. At least it was fast, though. My eardrums aren't gonna burst today. Thank God. Rejoice, gladiators, for this day is ours. Oh, yeah, this looks great. I knew this was gonna go well. You know you have a problem when you kick the shit out of like 30 guys and then some asshole in a robe just wanders up like he has not a fucking concern in the world. Generally, not a very good sign. What? But why would you be? Leave him to us first, sword. Oh yeah, that's bad. You're gonna... that's not gonna go well. Such brittle blades, so easily broken. Perhaps the first sword is made of stronger steel. Leave her, Zana. Our business here is over. Oh, well, that's bad. Well, what have you done, Levold? First sword, we must withdraw. The wounded need tending. Let us take them back to the guild. Yeah, we're getting to Heavensward tonight. I will play as long as I need to get to Heavensward tonight. I don't think it'll take us that much longer than what I already play for, but I don't have to be up until late or until tomorrow afternoon, so I can afford to stay up a little later. Back to old Doc. Alright. Completion of this quest will mark Gladiator as far as I can get it. We've got 2 Conjurer quests, but those shouldn't take much time either, hopefully. Give me a moment. I need to think. I wanted to spare you this, Milia. I begged you not to go. Oh, nice, good. I've actually been helping my friend who is new to the game as well, out in, which is why I've actually higher level in these classes. I've been learning healer as he goes through the MSQ. You knew all this? That Levold had... Levold and I once fought side by side in the Colosseum. The twin swords of Naldthal, they called us. Never lost a match, honored by the bull of Alamigo himself. But that was then, and this is now. When I learned Levold single-handedly transformed the Alacran from a gang of common thieves into the most feared criminal organization in Thanalan, I knew I had to return. It seems like a lifetime ago that the 3 of us used to train together in this hall. The Levold I knew would never stoop so low. He was a good man, strong and true. What would drive him to do this? When I find him, I'll be sure to ask. Unfortunately, he seems determined to kill me for my curiosity. What aren't you telling me, Aldous? I'm not clever enough to keep secrets, my dear. I'm a simple man, only capable of dealing with what's right in front of me. Is that so? I'll find him. I promise. Give me... I don't know. Well, looking at defense stats, all of this is worse, so I'll take the gold. Nope, all of that equipment is worse. Okay, that's fair. Over to Conjurer. Teleport to Gridania. Alright, what happened during the last of this? Kid has special healing magic that's killing her, I think, or something. I don't fucking remember. It's been a week. All I remember is, quote-unquote, learning the elements, which really wasn't even learning the elements, but I'm sure I'll remember the moment I begin this quest. Alright, Isumi Yan. That's this guy's fucking name. Greetings. You radiate the confidence of a conjurer who neglects not her study of the elements. I confess I have no lesson for you to learn this day. Instead, I would ask that you aid me in the education of another. Yes, I speak of Sylphie. After no small amount of prompting, bordering on coercion, the child has finally promised to attempt to embrace the forces of nature. But I am afraid the matter is not so easily resolved. Sylphie has never attempted to learn basic offensive spells that you and most other conjurers mastered before venturing first into the wild. As such, she is ill-equipped to undertake the trials which furnished you and your peers with an understanding of the elements. But simply, she is no match for the tainted spirits of nature. But if a more capable conjurer were to accompany her and purify the corruption in her stead, it may yet serve to impress upon her the power of the forces of work. I bid you take her on a pilgrimage around the Twelveswood and give her the opportunity to witness these confrontations firsthand. Earth, wind, and water. She must know them all. Show her the majesty and primal ferocity of nature. As it was with you, let Earth be her first lesson. Sylphie awaits you at Bent Branch Meadows. Pray forgive my presumption, but I thought it best to send her on ahead while her conviction remains strong. Once you have located the patch of corrupted soil at Bent Branch, draw forth the tainted sprite and let her witness the struggle that ensues. May the elementals aid you in this endeavor. She's just gonna, again, like, this is just like last time. We beat the shit out of some elementals, and apparently we learned things from that. Okay, yeah, I mean, we got experience from fighting them. She's gonna watch us beat the shit out of it, like a tainted elemental. Not really sure how that's going to help. White Mage quests are sort of just like that. Yeah, that's fair. It's in the exact same patch, too, Hey, Sylphie, you're just gonna stand there and watch me do this? Okay. Well, kid, you learn anything? I wasn't scared. I was just a little startled, that's all. It was as if a mass of solid wrath had erupted from the ground. I've never felt anything like... I mean, never mind. We have to head to the Bannock next. Let's get this over with. Oh yeah, now we get to go kill a wind elemental. I love the fact that I'm literally just fast-tracking through the first 3 quests for this kid. Literally did all of this before myself. Gods, the wind blew straight through me. It felt both gentle and sharp at the same time. I can't explain it. This is something you can conjure? Let's be on our way. The last one is at Lilystone. Alright, this one is down here. Really gotta do the actual yokai watch quests and farming so I can actually get the mounts. Alright, water time. Okay. That's true. That's a good point. The lake is so beautiful. I never noticed how clearly the sky is reflected in its surface. I never noticed. Let's head back. I'm ready to speak with the guildmaster now. Yeah, that was easy. If it really was as easy as just killing a bunch of things in front of her, wow. Man. This fucking stubborn-ass kid, all she had to do was take like 30 minutes out of her fucking day to watch me kill a couple things, and then she's like, oh my god. I now know. Welcome back, my avid conjurers. How fared you in your encounter with the elements? Sylphie, what did you sense as she cleansed the sources of corruption? It's hard to explain. It was like hearing voices crying out in joy. And I felt their happiness wash over me. The world seemed sharper, more alive. It's almost as if nature were speaking to me. But why, Brother Isumi? Why did my mother teach me to avoid this side of conjuring? What was she so afraid of? There are certain truths that hide behind the mask of our words, and there is much that your mother didn't tell you. But you needn't seek all the answers at once. Even now, your mind founders amid a sudden inundation of awareness. The first time we connect with nature can be a wonderful but disorienting experience. I suggest you allow yourself some time to adjust to this new perspective. Yes, Guildmaster. You have my gratitude. Thanks to you, Sylphie has taken a most important step. You heard her mention voices crying out in joy, did you not? It appears the mother's gift has been passed on to the daughter. Such sensitivity is not something one can achieve through meditation and training, but a blessing that only a few fortunate chosen receive. And as you have no doubt surmised, Sylphie's mother was one such person. The misunderstanding of that blessing, however, was what led her down such a tragic path. We cannot allow Sylphie's astonishing talents to consume her in the same manner. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. The girl has barely awoken to her potential. And for that potential to be fully realized, your support is yet needed. I suspect she failed to mention that the promise of your involvement in her lessons was the reason for her change of heart. Ah, you underestimate the impression of your quiet determination has made on young Sylphie. If modesty prevents you from acknowledging your own good deeds, consider this task a part of your training. For conjurers are healers of wounds, be they physical or otherwise. Walk with her on your journey, and together explore the myriad mysteries of nature. Yeah, cool. I'm gonna take, none of this stuff's better. Gold. One more quest. Welcome. The tales of your deeds reach even here in the cloistered heart of Stillglade fame. Glad I am that you have come, for I would once again ask your assistance in a matter of some delicacy. It concerns, yes, young Sylphie once again. As you can no doubt imagine, the recent revelations concerning her mother have sorely troubled the poor child. It appears Sylphie needed some time alone to sort through the whirlwind of emotions which now besit her. She has, in short, fled from the guild. Fortunately, a party of conjurers who were dispatched to the South Shroud to investigate another instance of corruption sent word that they have spotted our wayward Sylphie. Considering the importance of their mission, I would not seek to distract the conjurers from their task. Thus, I turn to you to escort Sylphie back here to the guild. You are, I believe, one of the few people to whom she will listen. Pray travel to Bascaron's Druthers and speak with Wolfie. She was the conjurer who first chanced upon Sylphie, and will be able to tell you more of how the young lady fares. So what would they have done if I just never showed up? Or if I was, like, busy for 2 weeks. I guess Sylphie would probably just be fucked then, I guess. A lost in the woods forever, probably. I don't fucking know. We meet again. I assume Brother Isumi warned you of the corruption of my companions that I have been tasked with purifying here in the South Shroud. The voice of this extensive blight is found to the southeast. The shrill, discordant voices of the elementals shriek their dismay in the vicinity of the weathered treant. I suggest you give the area a wide berth. Considering the potential dangers, you might imagine how alarmed I was to discover young Sylphie wandering about this part in the Twelveswood. It would seem that her mother, a woman who healed with conjury but remained untrained by the guild, called this region her home. Sylphie herself had her head buried in some manner of tome, but if she is as sensitive to the elemental's murmurings as I'm led to believe, then the din within her mind must be driving her to distraction. Pray speak with the child and see that she is well. I would do so myself, but if our current duty were not so pressing, we will, in fact, be setting out at any moment. Yeah, sure, I'll take care of this for you. Oh, you're right here. Okay, that's easy enough. I should have known that Wolfie would tattle on me. And Brother Isumi sent you to take me back, didn't he? This is where my mother used to live, you know? Right up until she passed on. Folks were grateful for the healing she offered. And this is the journal she used to keep. There's an entry that explains how nature becomes furious when conjurers use their art. How there are always more people wounded in battles when mortals abuse the power that is not theirs to take. My mother refused to draw on nature because she was scared of making it angry. She wouldn't lie about such things, and I want to do what she would have wanted. I'm going to stop using conjury altogether. I've never heard the voices this mad before. I bet it's because Wolfie and the others are overusing their art. We have to go and stop them. Yeah, something tells me that's not what this is. But I don't have a choice in the matter, so we're gonna give chase. Okay. Not used to random enemies getting aggroed on me. Very much used to being overleveled. God, it's so loud. Can't you hear it? Nature is shrieking in rage. I don't know, I don't hear shit. Nah, I'm gonna do exactly what she doesn't want us to do and fucking annihilate these fucking sprites and mud pies with fucking Conjury. Also, I can target this thing, but oh my god, these fucking idiots. I need them to dodge, please. I'm sure if one of them dies, it will be game over. I can't believe nature actually helped us. There was nothing scary about it at all. I might still wonder if it was really safe for conjurers to borrow their power if I hadn't seen the way you wield it. Nothing could seem more natural. I think it's time I went back to the guild. Yeah, I noticed that when I was doing the last stream. Because they're not technically party members, they're NPCs, so it doesn't affect them. Luckily, after I healed them the first time, they seemed to want to actually fucking heal themselves instead of stand there and do nothing but deal, like, 2 damage. But, God, that was a little too close for comfort. Welcome back. And you also, Sylvie. Brother Isumi, I'm sorry I ran away like that. I understand, child. Did you find the answers you sought? Yes, thanks to her. She showed me that nature was nothing to be afraid of. I think I know why my mother refused to call upon its power. She believed the act caused suffering to nature itself. I see. So it was her very love for nature that prevented her from drawing on its strength. Tell me, Sylvie, is the fog of indecision now lifted from your mind? It has, Guildmaster. I understand now why my mother chose the path she did. Full glad I am to hear that, for I must ask of you one more question. Yes, Brother Isumi? When you first witnessed her cleanse a corrupted element, you mentioned hearing voices. How exactly did they sound? The voices? Well, they sounded joyful, like a crowd letting out a sudden cheer. I've really heard them, I swear. I'm sure you did, Sylvie. This is a gift. Conjurers may sense the power of nature and borrow from its strengths, but not all can hear its whispers. What you describe are the voices of the elementals. You may very well possess the talent to become a hearer. A hearer? Of course, much relies on your study of conjuring. You have a natural aptitude, but have thus far lacked commitment. You must not neglect your training, Sylphie. Putting aside such matters for a moment, I am curious to hear about the disturbance you observed in the South Shroud. I assumed from the reports that I have received that it was on a different magnitude to those which you have previously encountered, am I correct? This bodes ill. The creatures known as mud pies are not native to the Twelveswood. I wonder what relation this may have to the seemingly ever-increasing frequency of these disturbances. Something beyond the damage wrought by the calamity afflicts the Twelveswood. I shall commune with the elementals and seek to identify this threat. I may have need of both of you before long. Until then, give yourselves over to the study of our art. Ever shall the earth meet your footfall and the wind guide your path. Nice. Still everything's worse. More gold, please. Alright, progression time. Chasing Ivy. Which is actually here in New Gridania, actually, so we can just go do that. Hey, Elbird, what's up? We're gonna deal with this Ivy guy now. Ooh. Cloaks. That's nice. That's also pretty nice. That's actually really nice. I really like that one. That's less so. I don't really care for the jester look. Listen well. The spy we have been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Eline Royale. Or however the fuck I pronounce that. Royale? Ruban's second in command. Prior to joining the Immortal Flame, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with a polearm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ashgardian birth, she is the highest-ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course. When he formed the Grand Company, Ruban chose people based on their worth. Whence they hailed was of no interest. The Monetarists saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. Yeah. And 'twas no secret they did not favor foreigners. Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the Alliance. Yet the Monetarists did not raise so much as a murmur of protest when Royale was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the Monetarists? But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Of foremost interest to us is Royale's presence here now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General. While Ruban attended the council of the Alliance leaders, she should have remained at the Hall of Flames. The woman had no business being in Gridania, and yet she is here nonetheless. On some pretense. She is up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames' records for evidence of Royal's guilt. But if we can catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, and the docks. Every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes, Scion? I don't really buy this. I mean, yeah, it's kind of weird that she's in Gridania, but I have no of all the people, really? Of my thanks. Let us go, then, and take care not to alert our quarry. Like, I would have figured that Ruban would be a bit better of a judge of character than to let his second-in-command be a traitor. But, alright. Royal is headed in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate. With me, Scion. That's true. That's a good point. So, Royal has entered the Carline canopy. Beating someone, perchance? Or could it be that she means to board an airship? Pray look for her within. If she's not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. One of mine is stationed there, and she may have seen something. Ephemi is her name. I shall remain here in case Royal appears. Yep, she's down below. Such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? A social visit, you say? How pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger, and none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. Yeah, Ilbert, she vanished in a thin fucking air. I don't know what you want. I mean, maybe she got a room at the inn? Nowhere to be seen, you say? And you are sure she did not board an airship? She did not come back out, either. Where in the seven hells could she have gone? The Roost! How could I forget? Greetings, good sir. Might I interest you in some Montoy tonic? A cup a day imbues a man with great vigor, if you take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait, that necklace. You are a shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Gridania by the way of the West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured that it shall continue to support you from the shadows. Ah, the Domans coming in clutch. Gotta love those guys. Thank the 12 for the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Royal would have disappeared without a trace. I'm gonna actually take the Conjurer robe. I don't really care for the Even Star coat, honestly, and I will need level 50 gear when it comes to leveling Conjurer at some point. Our hunt leads us to the East Shroud, Scion. I suggest we follow Ryle's path and take the ferry from West Shore Pier. You'll doubtless wish to make certain preparations. See you do them while I go on ahead. Shall wait for you at Sweet Bloom Pier. Okay. have arrived. This way, my friends. Ah, Yugiri, good to see you. Your quarry makes for the Hawthorn Hut. If Rael is truly the one we seek, we can expect that she means to make contact with her Garlean masters there. An explanation is in order. You're no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own method of communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friends at Garland Ironworks have provided us with devices which disrupt these communications, and we have installed them around the city-states. In so doing, we have made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Rael would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly. Yet, as a well-known face in the Immortal Flames, she cannot move about Thanalan without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. It is for this reason, I believe, that she has chosen the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The Elezen are a common sight there, and her comings and goings are not like to turn any heads. As my scouts tell it, the Garleans have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. This is it. We need only make for Hawthorne's hut and get Rael in the act. All right. I guess we're gonna find out if my initial assumptions were right or wrong. I mean, regardless, Rael is acting mighty suspicious. My people report that our quarry has departed for the Bramble Patch. The Ivy returns to the gnarls whence she came. But perhaps it's all for the better. To convict someone of her standing, we will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Garlean masters? They're true. Definitely not. My countrymen and I shall wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends. Also true, you know, people that wear blue can't be bad people, because blue is a nice color. Just beyond, Rael is in conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer. An Imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it. With me. Exactly, perfect logic. Flame Marshal Elaine Royale, you're under arrest for treason and espionage. You were followed, you bloody fool. Yeah, where do you think you're going, buddy? Damnation. Oh, where the fuck? Having fucking ninjas on our side is a really helpful thing, honestly. You are unarmed, my lady, and scarcely garbed for battle. But if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What is the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling in the Twelveswood? When last I looked, there was no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers. Yeah, I mean, that would hold up if the stranger didn't immediately say, you fucking idiot, you were followed, and tried to run. You know, if you played it cool, maybe you could argue that. But come on, like, really? You would feign ignorance, then. Very well. If you do think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. I will offer you no struggle. After all, I have naught to hide. I don't know what's up with that guy. Like, you're like... I mean... they're gonna interrogate him, too. Like... Plus, they're going to Ul'dah prison, and I can't imagine that Ul'dah prison is very pleasant for, any sort of suspected traitor or espionage agent. Even a warrior of Raoul's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. The ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap then the people of Ul'dah will have the grand company they deserve. But let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now? Well, I still have, Iceheart to deal with. So, the Scions seek a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Then I dare say you are eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, have you considered training in the art of the shinobi? You have the aptitude for it, I believe, so please give it some thought. Till next time, my friend. Yeah, I'll pick up Rogue eventually. Back to Mordona. It's nice that I don't need teleport tickets to go here, although it does cost me money because since I don't, but it's like nothing. Money's not a problem. For now. Until I want, like, any of the, like, super late game stuff or, like, get interested in housing, then money's gonna be a problem. But for now, it's not. Welcome back. I understand that Elfino had a task for you. May I ask what it was? Charges of treason and espionage against a line royale. I can scarce believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No, it avails us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I'm pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Ooh, you did! As you may recall, Iceheart used an aetherite in the depths of Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west. Most likely a sanctuary of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva using the crystals she stole from the House Fortune Caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint. But if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes, it seems likely that the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped, and stop them we shall. But first, we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Aethernet and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetherite to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetherite upon arrival. A reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Urian J, we have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution. Which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such an expertise. A colleague of ours who's currently en route to Revenant's Toll from Charlane. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Since you are here, mayhap we could welcome her together. I'm certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let us make our way to the northern gates and await her coming. Okay. More allies is always good. Especially since I'm suspicious of the ones we have. Although, granted, then dragging in more people might muddy the waters even more, so it might even be more risky, so maybe it's not as good as I originally touted. But, you know, what can you do? A fucking fate? Here? I'm curious who we're greeting, though. Oh, I trust Alphino. Alphino, I trust wholeheartedly. Still not 100% sure on our blue-wearing friend, Ilvern. I didn't like him the moment I met him, to be frank. And maybe it's just me being overly cautious. But my instincts bop it off. Who the fuck is this? Hello? It's obviously the Magone. Not the one with the tattoos that all of the Scions share. Definitely not that one.
Am I right?
Interesting haircut you have.
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urian J.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Charlian scholar and an authority on Aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Oh, okay. I see.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Let us return to the Rising Stones at once, then. We have much to discuss. Moonbreeder. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what it is about people where Ilbert in particular, I guess. But maybe it was I don't know. Her name means Moon's Bride. I guess that makes sense. The pronunciation is pretty similar. Yeah, I don't know what it is about Ilbert. And granted, my assumption could be entirely off. My instincts could be entirely off. But the moment I fucking saw that guy, I was like, I don't trust this one. This is the guy we're putting our trust into? I've been wrong many a time before. I'm hoping I'm wrong. Because that doesn't bode well if I'm right.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
Our numbers are
Joyous
really
reunion
growing,
indeed.
huh?
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Twins. Yeah, I'm definitely getting twins from the two of you.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Thank you for elaborating, Papa Limo, as always.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Sharlayan to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Okay. It's a
Well, I
rock.
had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
It's a cool rock, I guess. I don't know what the fuck it
Plain
does.
the passage of the years hath done little to
yeah,
dampen thy
maybe.
youthful spirits. And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
Oh my god.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Go on.
Oh my god. That look on his
Thine
fucking
artless
face.
attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it, then? Your missing Aetherite?
Nope.
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an Aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate a second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second Aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the Aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that.
Well, shit, sorry. Came all this way for nothing other than your cool white rock. That's about it. Sorry. Have a nice trip back home, I guess.
Although, you're
Oh, never mind.
absolutely sure she used the first Aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the Aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Okay.
Truly? How?
Well, maybe some lingering
We
energies or
use
some
the
nonsense.
current to recreate the beacon.
Or that.
As you know, Aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an Aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically
Lighthouse
use
is
it to
not
direct
a good
surge
example.
of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
Literally terrible. I've not heard worse
I barely
comparisons in a long
succeeded in
time.
facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
and dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process.
Oh,
they, however,
great.
do not have wide aura sight at their disposal.
And that fills me with so much confidence. Thank you.
I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand.
And let me guess, I'm gonna be the one to transport, so I'm taking all the risk. Let me guess. Okay, yeah.
Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Oh, that's fucking great. I'm so comforted.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options.
We could just wait for Shiva to be summoned and then kill Shiva. We've done that with literally every other primal we fought. Like, come on.
If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
We don't even know if it is going to create a primal like the other primals. It could just summon Shiva and she could be all chill. Nope, we're gonna risk our lives.
That's the spirit.
That's
Let's
okay.
roll the dice.
Why am I agreeing to this? This is a terrible plan. I have already informed Alphino of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Moonbreda described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. He also said that he wished to meet with you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you have done on our behalf, and I have faith in you that you will return to us, as you always have. Really giving me the speech like you're never going to see me again, which is probably true given how fucking awful this plan is. Well, given that they only arrived in Eorzea at the beginning of the story, and maybe a couple months, maybe a year has passed in game time, I don't know exactly how the timeline looks, that's entirely plausible. Yeah, we get paid, you know, we're famous, in too deep at this point, probably. Sunken cost fallacy. I don't know. Or we're just really dumb. Good to see you. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sent his regards, by the way. He attends to the interrogation of Elaine Royale and Ulda even as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the Ivy upon your return. I trust that, by which I mean to say, the others are waiting for us at the Aetherite. After you, Scion. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. This is terrible. Well, it was nice knowing everybody. Something tells me, like, we're gonna get there and we're gonna have to fight Shiva anyway. So we wouldn't have to do all this rigmarole. Sure, we put other people at more risk, but it would be so much easier if we just attempted to fight her after the fact. There. It is ready. So that aetherite really doesn't look trash to me. That looks like it's functioning just fine. Like, it's not in the greatest shape by any mean, but I don't see any reason why that wouldn't still work. Ha! It worked, I think. Try attuning to the aetherite now. Feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. Also, if this plan does work, and they're like, there's like dozens or like hundreds of them possibly in their other base, we could be walking, we could just teleport into the middle of like 100 guys, and what the fuck would we do then? This is a horrible plan. We have done all we can. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon where we have created. If, by the grace of the 12, you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. True, yeah, I could just cast Flare on all of them. They're like weaklings. They're all probably weaklings. They'll all die pretty quickly, that's true. Use Mana Ward, take no damage. I have murdered probably, or killed probably a couple thousand people at this point. I need more. I need more drink. Alright. Oh. Certainly. Where are we going? Or are you just flying off? No. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual. And if she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice, and so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Oh, it's across the whole map? Yeah, that's fair. Before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message for you from Saint Amaric. Okay, hello, knight guy. What's up? Madam, Sir Eric regrets that he could not be here in person and asks that I read you this letter. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat, and yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. The warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service to the greater cause. May Helone bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. Afa Amphitheater, huh? Alright, let's do this. This shouldn't take too long. The yeah, fucking names. The Afa Amphitheater. As expected, we fight Shiva. No doubt in my mind that we were going to fight Shiva at all. There was no way we were stopping the fucking summoning. We've never succeeded in stopping a primal summoning before it happens. Yeah. Let's see. Well, no. The average wait time is 5 minutes. This is either pop really quickly or it'll take a long time. Well, let's see if I can make a little bit more progress in my, in picking up Reaper. I'm already partially through this quest anyway. I doubt it. Every time I try to do this, it just ends up with me getting in the middle of the cutscene and then it immediately fucking popping. Yeah, I'm trying to pick up I'm trying to, like, learn the different roles, like physical DPS is, like a physical and a ranged DPS. I'm just trying to decide which one of each of those categories to learn. The boss told me you'd be coming in. Be along. Coming in? Quite a nice place you got here, boss. Boss, the guest of honor has arrived. Ah, the champion of Eorzea deigns to appear before me. I have heard all about you. It's hard not to in this line of work. The stories paint you as ferocity incarnate, a force of nature few have survived. Peace, friend. I've no desire to put the killer to the proof personally. I don't have a death wish. Finally, somebody who understands that they can't fuck with me or I'll kill them. You can call me Drusilla. I'm a Reaper, one of many, and the leader of this little family here. As to why I invited you into our home, there's a job I'd like you to take care of for me. Depends on the job. Now, don't you worry that virtuous heart of yours, huh? I wouldn't ask you to do so much as bend the law. This job is purely for the benefit of your fellow man. All you have to do is kill one for me. Though perhaps kill ain't the right word, seeing as he's already dead. You'd not be chasing after ghosts either, if that's your worry. Just avoid scent, using some poor sap's body as a vessel to unleash its singular brand of wickedness upon the world. Won't be an easy task. The evil driving this monster is as black as the void and near as deep. Countless souls have succumbed to its hunger. Worthy prey for one inclined to heroics, don't you think? Can't face it as you are, though. Storied as your strength may be, I'll need to train you in its techniques. Techniques that'll let you pierce the void and slaughter its kin. Keep talking. Oh, you're a Garlean, huh? Don't see many Garleans in Ul'dah, do you? Let alone ones as savage as this. Save your startled gasps, I'm not out of surprises yet. Hold out your hand to the crystal here. If you're made of the stuff I think you are, then you're in for a treat. Holy fuck. That's it. I knew you had what it takes. This'd be an avatar. A manifestation of your essence and the Stygian power of the void scent on the other side. A void scent to which, if you so choose, you will bind to yourself. You'll gain skills unlike anything you've ever known. Skills that have allowed people like me to operate in the shadows and kill those that need killing since time immemorial. So I get a stand? Is that what you're fucking telling me? I get a Reaper stand? That's kind of cool. Okay. And your first assignment, should you walk this path, is to use the power of one void scent against another for the betterment of the realm. Your reward will be the wisdom and countless generations of Garlean assassins. But if siding with my kind makes your stomach churn, then take your indignation and okay. Thought of having one foot in the void twists your gut? Okay. And if you're already concerned for the sanctity of your soul, then take your virtue and piss off. However, if you've none of the aforementioned objections, and you don't mind walking the knife's edge twixt life and death, then you'll have the tools to see your justice done, and done right every time. This is the choice you must make, and soon, every moment our quarry stalks. Okay, yep. Come on, I got 30 seconds. Yeah, oh, perfect. Perfect timing, just as I was finishing the cutscene up. Alright, new boss battle time. Let's go. Hey, Isar. How's it going? I know you're gonna summon Shiva, okay? I'm gonna kill her, and it's gonna be great.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith.
Listen, I appreciate the sentiment.
No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more.
Okay, wait, I'm sorry. What's happening?
Still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
That's not how summoning usually works. Okay. That's not what I was expecting. Alright. No target. Okay, that was I wasn't sure what was gonna happen there, but we didn't die, so that's good. Another primal down. What is this, number 5? 6? I don't fucking know. I'm losing track at this point. Damn, you're right. Oh, you're fine. Well, that's good, I guess. I still don't know why that did it that time. A little weird how she didn't summon the primal, she became the primal, but okay. You all right there, Isart? You doing good? You all right? Doesn't look like it.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, primals, like, permanently mind, like, control people, and that's not exactly great either.
Mine is the righteous cause.
Like, don't get me wrong, I appreciate where your head's at. Like, your heart's in the right place, but your methods,
You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers.
You're right about that one.
And they are no less ignorant than you. Following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of Light, redemption is not beyond us.
I would hope not.
We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the Keeper of the Lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift.
Oh, you're,
Feel. Think.
Do you also possess the Echo Ice Heart? What? Okay, that's an interesting implication of what just happened. Okay. The story's giving me a lot of good plot threads right now, and I'm all for it. Hello. La Habrea or another Ascian? I'm assuming La Habrea.
And so the vessel
Mask
withdraws,
is different. It's not La
a
Habrea.
predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
By the 12, you're alive! I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Iceheart did what? And you're certain about that, are you? Dravanians are skilled with glamours, after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. It's just I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No? Fair enough, I was only asking. If you ask me, there's naught to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Save it for the Rising Stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. Ah, but before that, you had best pay a visit to Whitebrim Front and speak with Alphino. He's probably worried sick about you. That, or he's busy playing at politics with the Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? Oh, no reason. See you again soon. Am I gonna die? What the fuck? I'm fine. I think. Now I'm not sure. Come on, up the stairs. There she is, and none worse for the wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for all of us when I say I should be like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you would be so kind. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent further loss of life. An outcome worthy of celebration. And for one which we have her to thank. Yes, you are right. Of course, Sir Aymeric. We should be content with that we have accomplished. I, for one, would not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there is the matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. Oh, that's the wrong button. In the meantime, Lord Drillamont, is the caravan ready? Supplies your men recovered have been prepared for transport, in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that, I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies the heretics stole from the house of Fort Tom Caravan? Less the crystals which comprised the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. Oh, on an unrelated note, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? 'Tis not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I'm told. Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray do not think less of him. Okay, yeah, I can't fault him. We're not really that close, so it's kind of weird, but you know. I appreciate the sentiment at the very least. Alright, let's go tell, I've completely forgotten the pronunciation. Ha-Sher-Fung. What were you thinking? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anywhere. Ha-Shafont. That's it. Yeah, right. And then, engaging the abomination in mortal combat. By the Fury! 'Tis the stuff of ballads. A battle for the ages. Would that I have been there to fight by your side. Yet here I was, forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of a dear friend for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But here you are here now, and that is what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Aymeric wished to have words with you and Master Elfino in private. He awaits us at in the intercessory. He really is. It's honestly a little weird. Like, don't get me wrong, I am a great hero and all, like, literally the warrior of light, but, like, come on. Be chill a little bit.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my
more of that
deepest
beautiful
thanks.
voice.
Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task.
Okay, that's fair.
From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Natalan.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy.
Making some progress.
You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
It all works out in the end.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
Money?
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
I would pay
As a
for that.
gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw
Couple
my previous
audiobooks.
request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We, too, have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
We do.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Oh, right. Yeah, we do.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard-Zoma could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Yeah, that's pretty common. Like, your people do that all the time. I'm surprised you're, like, haven't caught on to this by now, Alphino.
Choose your next words carefully.
He is completely right, though. Nope.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's Toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
Alphino, don't say that to him. It's not his fault.
As we are
In fact, he is being frank
ours
about
is a
this.
mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget. One born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
I like Amaric. He's great. Not only is his voice
At
and
your
his
service.
model is great, but he's just a cool guy.
Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences.
Hi. Look at
Those who
me.
dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind.
Certainly.
Oh, what do we got?
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Nice.
Think nothing of it.
Giving us
Ishgard
things
may
for
be many
free. I
things,
like it. Well,
but
not
it
really
is
for
no
free. We'd
friend
help them
to
first.
Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends at the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. Necessitates a complete reappraisal of the primal threat and of our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications if word of this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Garlean Empire believes that the primals are an insufferable menace, that their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any action taken against the beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then, if it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Eorzea that could summon primals, but her civilized peoples as well. Any lingering objections to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could well find ourselves facing the combined might of all of Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, it's better that we continue this conversation in Mordona. That's bad. It would be real bad if a spy heard news of this and got it back to Garlemald. Why did it... Why? I don't know why Final Fantasy XIV does that sometimes. It likes to just randomly minimize on my monitor sometimes. Don't know what causes it. Doesn't happen frequently. But it's a bit of a pain.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole.
Had you any doubt? I mean, I did, so I wouldn't blame you, but, like, come on.
Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Yep.
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogulmog the 12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not. But full sure am I that she was groomed for this role.
Yeah, her name's like literally Iceheart. Like, can't get more Shiva-esque than literally called Iceheart.
Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think.
Yeah, that's Eidolon's words. The great
Eidolon
sign.
speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so.
Okay, can I go check it out? Like,
Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
So can I go check out the funny lake beast or not? I mean to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgard-Zoma. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few... Do you hear that? The commotion outside. Would you see if aught is amiss? Oh, that's great. I'm sure this will go perfectly. I don't know what's going on this time. Everything good here, Alphino? We're doing good? 'Tis well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Royale has escaped. It happened shortly after the Immortal Flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain, along with 2 guards. 'Tis plain she received inside help. Citizens report seeing Royale quitting the city via the Gate of Nuld with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Astra Meridianum, I am certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilbert and the First are hot upon Royale's heels. Pray make haste to Camp Bluefog and join the hunt. Okay. Well, I guess but I was kind of totally wrong about Royale. She is definitely sus. And it definitely seems like she's guilty if she did kill a guy and is running towards an Imperial stronghold. My thanks for coming, Scion. I've spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Royale has walked through the camp not a bell long ago. Aye, she walked right through. You did not mishear. You have Ruban's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her, and so here we are. Royale must not be allowed to reach Castra Meridianum. Okay. I'll do my best, but I'm a little late to the whole following her thing, so I don't make any guarantees. Oh, instanced. Yep. Goodbye. This wretch was with Royal. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own, the goddamned harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her. Yep, she's definitely a spy. No arguing that anymore. Alright, I'll save you, Ilberd. Fine. Oop. That was just a tab out on my part. That's just my bad. Completely unnecessary to kill the healers first. She's just gonna die to that. Or she's literally invincible. Until I kill all the other targets. I don't know why they had Flare on 3 and Fire 3 on 4. How many fuckers are there? Come on. Oh, finally. Holy fuck, why? They just keep coming, it doesn't end. Whew, fucking hell. It was just a lot of enemies. Bind her, and do it tight. Good work, men. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you have fallen so low. What would you know of low? You, a spoiled little lordling who has never known any want. Such people as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think your God's given right to rule over others. You know not of our plight, the injustice that we low-born Ishgardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to survive. Stealing, killing, even whoring myself. Oh, fuck. It is no fault of mine if fools imagined me a paragon when I first joined the Flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you were the only person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Ruban himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life. Neither did we begrudge others to their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we had been dealt and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? 'Tis true we were both mercenaries of lowly birth, and 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it's that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. Okay, maybe I was wrong about Elbern. You know, maybe I'm getting the sense that my first assumption was misguided. But enough talk. You will return to Ul'dah to face justice. The people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. Not so much as a hint of remorse. 'Tis well that this sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Ruban chose his.
I have heard. Truly bothersome business.
Oh, this fucking asshole.
No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Roban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace.
Oh, great. That's wonderful.
Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
That's not good. Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Ruban, and that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. But I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stones and apprise Menphilia of all that has happened. I'm aware that the antecedent held Raoul in high regard, for better or worse. She will want to know how this tale ends. Well, something tells me this is not going to go well. Hey, Menphilia, Raoul was definitely a traitor, no doubt about it.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent.
I'm sorry, how the fuck did you just pronounce that? Ryu? What the fuck?
Together with Robon, Eileen lent us much needed aid at the time of our order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Asians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled.
Okay. Making some progress on that front.
My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Asian souls.
Kind of? It's a
Back
rock.
at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether.
That's true.
Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Asian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Asian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
So we need to go find an Asian, kill them, and take their soul. Okay, that sounds easy enough.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Hebrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light. A weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy.
Yes.
Based on your description, We believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Hydaelyn placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Hydaelyn did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
And how do you suggest we do that?
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white auracite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Okay, that would work if it couldn't only do it for an incredibly short amount of time, as we already discussed. So we would have to do it
nice
right
try.
away.
But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
Twould seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the auracite. And I could do with some help. Urianger,
The way he
why
stepped
don't you
back,
lend
like,
me
oh
your
no,
hand?
oh no.
Mine apologies, but I am required at the waking sounds.
Ah, come on, Urianger, you know you want to.
Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
God damn it. Come over, the Scions aren't home.
While you were afield,
That's basically what she
word
did to
arrived
good
from
old
Charlemagne in
Urianger
Netherland.
right there.
You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a
Yeah, we've
hole
gone
had
over
been
this a
torn in
couple
the very
times.
fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
Really? Okay.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement. But I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Okay. Well, easy quest. Kinda odd that that quest had a picture of Ruban in the little title card, but, oh, are we getting a cutscene now with Ruban in it? Yeah, we are. Okay, never mind, I spoke too soon.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
Huayu. That's not even
There is
close.
more. We have reason to believe that Huayu
To the way it's
didn't deal
spelled.
exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the media project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Okay.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the Primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
Okay, that makes sense.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zos Galvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But
Ow.
one of several,
Served
in
essentially
actual
to the
fact.
current emperor, huh?
We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
7 hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
Damn, really pulling in, like, all the stops for this.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit,
however
one
the fuck
aspect
her
of
name
the
was
puzzle
pronounced
remains
was
unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
If you get the chance, which I'm not confident
keep in mind that
you
there
will.
may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
Music's stopping, which is, and now Ruban's alone.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monetarist scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished! One day I will purge this land of your sickness before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
Oh, let's go. Okay, that was a little excessive at the end there, but you know, your heart's in the right place, Ruban. Hope you to help you succeed.
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace.
I mean, that's fair. He's had a difficult couple months, to be fair.
I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Oh, you're here,
Ever
Danny
since he
Senna, huh?
proposed the Cardinal Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away.
Yeah, really no good immediate solution to all
Be they
this.
rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power in the absence of a common cause. It seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Ul'dah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together.
Yeah, the problem is, I don't get the feeling that Teleji really gives a shit.
Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, move into a democracy instead of a sultanate.
It was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Rauban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Uldar will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Damn. Good on this ultimate, honestly. Takes a good fucking leader to know when to step down and completely change how things work for the good of the citizens. I am most eager to address the Ascian threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once a sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise to us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget, Antecedent, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Her in particular is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. Yeah, I can do that. That's easy enough. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Uldar? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Teleji Adeleji and his monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with the ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Ruban needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If I am to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be best if I were to remain in Uldar, unless you have an objection. None whatsoever. We have all matters here well in hand. Moonbreeda's research is proceeding as planned. So she tells me, though I'm not familiar with the details. Urian J is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. It's only a matter of time. While we focus on that task, mayhap you could assist Alphino and his Braves with theirs. It would do much to restore faith in the Immortal Flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Riol's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish kept secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Ulden riots. When you are finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Okay. Back to Uldar. God, it feels good. Especially since I started there. Pleasure as always. You'll be escorting the commander to Uldai, take it? Actually, I had another task in mind for her. If you would be so kind as to repeat your report for her benefit? Right then. Me and my Ain have been making inquiries into the source of the weapons what find their way into the refugees' hands a ways back. So happens we caught wind of something promising. A rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black marketeer holed up near High Bridge. I doubt this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have the clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer this transaction to remain secret. Brings to mind that merchant what caught an arrow while talking to her, don't it? Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods. Savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you? Then it's settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at the High Bridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you excuse me, I must leave for Ul'dah. I expect good tidings. Okay, yeah. Fucking stopping a shady black market dealer. It's exactly up my alley. Over to High Bridge. Hey, Ilbert. My scouts have been keeping a close eye on the black marketeer, and it would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he was hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs have no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a woman of your standing, and Captain Lavier needn't have dispatched you hither. But powerful men ever have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, 'tis only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me. Good old burning wall. I spied the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the black marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let us be off. Good luck, my friend. Okay, yeah. I make an excellent distraction. Hey. Who goes there? An adventurer? Damned fool, you should have never come here. Bye. And bye. I think they would have learned after the first two not to try. Are you... You can't be serious. Where am I going? Oh, that's why I don't see it. It's fucking caught in the middle of this fate. I don't understand. What's all this about? Okay. That's not a good sign. Hey, Ilbert. Did you kill that man in cold blood? It looks like you killed that man in cold blood. As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out. But before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard and to bring in an inexperienced recruit. Commander Levier would be most disappointed. Damn it all. Golden opportunity wasted. Yeah, really unfortunate that you just so happened to kill the only man with information that we needed. Man, Ilbert, you really... The whole speech you had when we were detaining Wayu, it was really good. And now you're really... my suspicion meter's going back up, buddy. As for the clients, that we not how, they slipped past our perimeter. Sure. I am certain. How convenient. Did they, all of the people who just so happen to know the information, manage to escape, huh? At present, the first is currently tracking a party of Duskrite sellswords we suspect may be them. Alas, would that we could have enlisted the aid of the Immortal Flames or the Brass Blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. They're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we've secured the weapons. Yet even that accomplishment is lacking, for the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. Shipment missing. Buyers gone. Only informant dead. Yep. This seems like it definitely not suspicious at all. I'll join the first for the hunt for the Duskrite sellswords. If the gods are good, we will catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Ulda in my stead. Entrust them to the third Yu Hase. We'll take care of the rest. Yes. Yu Hase. The one who was concerned about selling merchandise once he became famous. The guy who was clearly only in this for the money. Definitely a trustworthy guy. I don't know how the Warrior of Light isn't putting it together, but you know, fucking hell. We went from, oh, maybe I misjudged him too. Oh, this motherfucker. It's too many fucking coincidences to, just accept. Ah, the Warrior of Light, ever reliable friend of the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in Korthus. Now, what brings you to us this day? Gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilbert, you say? Understood. Once we've cataloged the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Riol stated with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. A blatant falsehood, clearly. Riol is unfamiliar with the ways of Uldan merchants who ever strive to present themselves as greater as they are. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. It's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we've got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need for us, then I shall take my unit to the cerulean processing plant. Time for the fourth to earn their keep, huh? Fight well, Elian, for the freedom of all. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the Immortal Flames will hear of your contribution till we meet again. We should totally trail this guy and see where he's actually going to drop off these weapons. A word, if it please you. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time, don't you worry. That's a man I can trust. Riol right there. I trust Riol explicitly. I know it's implicitly instead of explicitly. It's fine. Also, I'm passing by this while I'm here. Might as well complete this quest. I take it you've come to a decision, am I right? There'll be no turning away once you've chosen, mind you. You'll dance with death and return as its envoy, or you won't return at all. So what'll it be? Very good. Let's not waste time. Take up this crystal and attest to both worlds that you walk as a reaper. Bind yourself to the void and claim the strength that the weak of heart shun. Through the avatar at your side, does the void scent bring its power to bear, feeding upon the souls of the fiends you cut down in return. Not a bad arrangement, eh? But I'm sure you're tired of words. Here, the traditional weapon of our order. Let's see how it looks strapped on your back. Reaper unlocked. Oh, there you go. Gotta build that core somehow. Hey, Riol. Thanks for indulging me request. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Burning Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange. What happened? Tell me everything. Leave no detail out. That's not quite how the first told it. Who knows? These Duskrites say they were chasing. The latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw him yourself? Not before the fighting started and not after? Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant struck in boasts. Our information was reliable, goddammit. I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's books or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Oh, well. I don't know. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking Gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days, the money flows like water, and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend. I have a lot on my mind these days, and I appreciate you lending me an ear. Right then, best get back to it. Can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you are able. Okay, back to the Rising Stones. I wonder what's so disastrous that Tataru called us back early. What's up? Thank you for coming so quickly. We've a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most, determined lady by all the indications. The fuck is that? Our guest is with the antecedent in the solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? Oh, Lucia. I should have probably guessed it was you. Not really surprised.
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you.
We're familiar.
I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
Oh? The Lord
You
Commander
see now why
himself?
I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarum.
You couldn't just call it an
Last night, the
alarm.
dragon
It has to be an
burned with an
alarum.
intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean
Oh,
fleet.
right. That cutscene that happens
Devoid
very
of
early in
life,
the game, huh?
His corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity, even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragonstar portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard Zorma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Yeah, I'm waiting for it. It'll happen any moment now.
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard Sorma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights.
Okay.
Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
I've been waiting to go and check out the Keeper of the Lake for a while. You know, Isar told me to do it, and I was kind of curious, so why not?
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
That's not good. That's not good at all. Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Orionje stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius van Belsar attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that all thought his victory was foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Midgard Sormar, legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls, birthed force from beneath the water and the lake, and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm felt countless airships before engaging the Agrius. And the ensuing struggle, the flagship ceruleum engines failed, and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. That same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing aether for malms around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center, a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Emmerich's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There is much to be done and precious little time to do it. Okay, yeah, we can go check out the Keeper, as I said. Like, I've been waiting for an excuse to go to the lake anyway. Alright. Ah, that thing. Oh. I see. You're in luck, Nis. I was about to send words to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late, I've seen small airships, likely from Castrum's Sentry, come and go from the Keeper of the Lake. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Castrum supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they're desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. So it's true then. Ishgardians honestly fear that the worm might rise again? Well, from here, that seems rather unlikely. But if it's assurances they want, you've no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Garleans who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, and climb to the top. It's the only viable approach, I'd say. Keeper of the Lake, now accessible. A dungeon, I assume, given that we're not going to necessarily fight anything specific. Deselect Off Amphitheater. Yep. Alright. Keeper of the Lake. Oh. Right. Yep. I need to be party lead to, register. Let's see, is there anything I can do while I'm waiting? Let's take a look at my quest log. Yep, it's just you two doing those squats. Or not anymore, I guess. Alright. Yeah, nothing really to do anymore. I think I've gotten and picked up all of the major jobs. We get an alternate to our balls soon, too. Ha. Huh. Yeah, I think I've picked up and now completed every job quest I can do up until... Well, not every job quest. Because obviously I haven't leveled every job to level 50. But I've picked up every starting job quest I can do until I start Heavensward. Well, while I'm here... I mean... I've done a little bit of crafting and stuff, not a ton of it. I really need to invest some time into it. I think I've put a decent amount of time into Weaver, but I've hit that point where I essentially need to level up the other, like, crafting jobs in order to get the materials for this. So, you know, as good as it could be, I guess. Get into the firmament. Okay. I should probably go and get my gear repaired at some point, especially my earrings. You're going to blast me into the sky. I'd like to see you try. Don't really know what that means, but I guess I'll find out. Oh, fuck. That's what you meant. I don't really think it's into the sky. I think more into pieces would be the correct way. Well. I don't have the play dead emote. Fuck. Now would be a good time to have that. Damn. Forever cursed with decently long queue times. I was playing fucking healer in low-level dungeons with my new friend, with my low-level friend, and I was getting instant queue times. And now it's back to 4 to 5 minute queues. It was nice while I had it. So how much longer is actually left of the Post to Realm Reborn story quest? I can't imagine there's that much more, right? He plays on Curl. I wanted to run, I ran him through the, I'm basically doing the game in pseudo co-op with him, so I had him start on Curl with me. $20 quests after this one? Wow, a lot more than I thought. But I'm committed. I am willing to sit here as long as it takes to get through tonight. How many more, like, dungeons slash trials slash raids after this one should be my actual question. Because quests are relatively short. Depending on the wait time for these could be relatively long if there are, like, more dungeons after this. One battle after this, but several cutscenes will play in sequence. Okay, I figured that would happen, so I'm not too worried about the cutscenes. If I actually check, because I can check my... Oh yeah, I'm fine. I got another, like, almost 5 hours before I have to worry about not getting 8 hours of sleep. So I've got plenty of time tonight. And there's no way the remaining content will take me 5 hours to do. Plus, I'm only going in for a short shift. I only have to work 4 hours tomorrow afternoon. So even if I only get, like, a couple hours of sleep, I'm not too concerned about it. If this fucking queue time would ever pop, I would be concerned about it if every queue takes 20 plus minutes. I mean, I forget which one it was that I did late when I was finishing up a Realm Reborn. The main Realm Reborn story. I had a queue time that was literally 20 minutes. I think it was Praetorium I queued for, and I was sitting there for 20 minutes. That was a fucking pain in the ass. There we go. Let's do this. Yeah, that definitely looks dead. I don't think we have to worry about that thing getting back up. That's fair, you know. Oh yeah, I always forget to use my food bonuses. That's true. Still getting used to this new fucking hotbar setup for Black Mage. For every other class, it's worked fine because I've had less abilities, but still getting used to it here. Oh, joy, more of those? My favorite. I probably should have followed everybody else. Oh, yay! There's the alarms. God, I love the alarm so much. Blaring in my ears. That fucking guy is casting flare. Holy shit. I was like, what the fuck? Where are the flares coming from? I'm not throwing those out. What the fuck? That's a lot of ads. Fuck. We're fine. That was just a bad spot for me to be standing. Eight wipes in a row? Jesus. That's excessive. Fuck.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
Hey, buddy. You want to stay asleep, actually? Like, come on. No? Okay, yeah.
Thou hast forgotten the face of thy Lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
It's a little terrifying, gonna be honest. Damn. That would kinda suck. I keep canceling all of my spells on accident. Good old DPS check. This isn't too bad. Thank God. The big AoEs were a little scary at first, gotta be honest. It's still a little scary. But for the most part, I know how to avoid them. Hey, not too bad. I like that I can definitely tell as we get farther that bosses and things get more complex and more difficult. Because that was definitely harder than the last couple bosses. Oh, they left before I could commend them.
By her gifts hast thou earned moment's reprieve. Speak, mortal, and I shall listen.
Okay, that's a little terrifying. Gonna be honest. Fucking holy shit.
Guided by a star.
Oh my god.
My people
That's a lot to
have
fucking
heard
deal
the
with.
Song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not
Holy fuck,
forgive.
dude. Jesus Christ. Having to deal with all that shit on less than 20 frames a second. Oh my god.
Sire, one now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen.
Yeah, I'm positively glowing. What are you gonna do about it?
Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
That definitely looks like harming me. I don't know. But I did just stand back up, so apparently we're fine. Apparently we're good. Although, if he did intend to harm me, he would have easily done so, given that he did that and we did fucking nothing about it. Oh, that doesn't seem good. Those were a protection. Well, there goes the crystals we spent like 40 hours collecting. Damn, that's tragic. I didn't need them anyway. I'm sure we'd be just fine without them. Oh, yeah, I'm sure we didn't need that either. I'm sure we're fine. Granted, Hydaelyn hasn't spoken to us in a while anyway, so probably doesn't matter that much.
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing.
Okay, well, honestly, I think that's probably for the best, honestly. Because, honestly, during the Ultima weapon fight, it more felt like we were just winning because Hydaelyn kind of was doing all the work for us. So, this is probably better for the story. Now we're on our completely own accord when it comes to power.
Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more.
Yeah, now everything we accomplish is just us. Yeah, and you know, I can appreciate that. Oh, hello, little guy. What's up?
The covenant binds me to thee. I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth our beginning and an end.
So now we have a cute dragon companion? Oh, that's great. I like that. That little guy is the father of all dragons. Holy fuck. Wow. Okay. And he's just chilling us. Oh my god, we can he's now just a minion. We just okay. Oh, sick, honestly. Yeah, fucking Midsum Gomer. Holy fuck. That's dope as shit. We just have fucking yeah, that's okay. I was beginning to fear the worst. With those explosions I saw? Ha, but you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alphino left a message stating that you returned to the Rising Stones at once. Holy fuck. Oh, man. The story really does. It's been nothing but ups ever since A Realm Reborn came to a close. Not that I disliked by any sense the conclusion of A Realm Reborn. I thought the Ultima Weapon fight and the final dungeons were great, but it's been nothing but better. It's been nothing but improvements since then. Praise the 12 that you are hale and whole. I came as soon as Minfilia informed me about Sir Emeric's request. You have completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it? Then I would hear your report. Yeah, Midsummer is alive and sort of reincarnated into a little guy that I'm holding on to now. And he kind of stole me of all my protections. But other than that, things went great. You conversed with Midgonsomar? I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Oh, definitely not. He's definitely not doing that. Are we to understand that the Worm Lord did not perish and has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? Less a resurrection and more a rejuvenation, for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing his moments. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly, an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Aymeric immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgonsomar in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as such. For your own protection, and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Amaric's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Is there something you're not telling us? You seem different somehow. 'Tis almost as if you're missing something. Something important. 12 for 10! Mid-God Sormer ripped you of the blessing of light? Are you alright? How do you feel? Nah, I feel fine, honestly. It's for the best. I see. It is a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgun Somer made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Worm. Elthic and Nymea, brother Time and sister Fate, decreed that Midgun Somer ever watch over the source, from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods with whom he treated, but Heidelin herself? Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Oh, no more get-out-of-jail-free cards. I'm on my own, which, you know, I'll take. Oh, yeah, he's totally spying on us right now. Art thou a pawn or master of thy fate? What thou hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? I guess you're gonna watch and find out, huh, little guy?
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Wormlord and lived to tell the tale.
Yep, I did do that.
I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack.
I would be surprised if they didn't.
To their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises.
As long as he doesn't hear that Midsum Gomer is just gonna follow me around and spy on everything I do from now on. But, you know, yeah.
I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
Well, if they need our help, I will certainly do it, as long as they don't, you know, execute me for being a spy for the Dravanians. Which they totally will if they find out what's going on with me at the moment. The Ishgardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries. Nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgard Sommer who roared, a call to arms by one of the fresh brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance and pray our fears are unfounded. Ere I forget, I believe Moon Breda has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there has been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Ascians. Pray inform her that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I've completed my communication with the Crystal Braves. Hey, Moonbreda, we're done. We can talk now. All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Ascians are next on the menu. Let's head into the Solar, shall we?
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Okay.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Oh, it's PowerPoint time. Let's go.
Let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
Okay.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether.
I'm gonna be honest, that's dumb, but that's exactly what I was thinking. Just do as much as physically possible.
Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Did you forget about the part where it only holds it for so long? This is the second time, Ida.
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
God, I love those two.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve, and I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source.
Okay.
And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
Okay, I can see how this would
corrupted
work.
crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
That's also fair.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea.
And how the fuck are we gonna do that?
I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it's worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out.
Okay.
Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
Probably the Burning Wall, maybe? I don't know.
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
What, were you outside listening to our conversation? That's true. The Burning Wall is massive.
Has something
It's just
happened?
the first that I thought of.
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum.
Also, it's relatively distant from any major settlement, so I was like, maybe?
During Operation
But, yeah,
Archon,
that's a good point.
the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to
That's
stay the
true.
Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
That's very true.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals.
And if he was?
Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arceans will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a Crystal Brave, you are yet a Scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangrid and Papalymo shall accompany you.
Nice.
Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Thank you, Arianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
we're never really safe. We're more just in airs away from fucking death at all times. We just happen to be really good at not dying. Yeah, safety's for chumps and non-adventurers. Twould seem that events have once more conspired to rob us of the rest and recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The Fourth have already deployed to the area and await the arrival of the Scions. Wilred will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at our headquarters in Ul'dah. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you will go to support the front lines. Oh, cutscene. Your duties take you to northern Thanalan, do they not? We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stone for a time. Fla Min travels to Ul'dah, and we shall serve as her escort. Oh yeah, great place to be right now. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If past events have taught us anything, then we know that Eorzea must present a united front or we shall fall. Ah, how extraordinary that my little Asila is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand at her side not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections, but I fear that Ul'dah has become a place of danger even for one so familiar with her streets. Bah, woe betide the blackguard that so much as glares in your direction, my lady. I shall be well protected, it seems. Shall we be on our way, then? Alright, Cerulean Processing Plant. Wilred. Commander Livier sent word that you'd be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Amalja. But returning to the task at hand. The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Ruban's Push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing: getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. The Garleans could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Edelstein, that we might coordinate our counter-strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. Although it did just occur to me the fact that we have the one major downside to not having Heidelin's protection. Or maybe it isn't. Like, maybe it's the Echo that allows us to be immune to tempering, not Heidelin's Blessing. But is still not very good. And that's the one thing I would be worried about. My soldiers tell of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear you've more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draftsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and our worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices. Devices of Imperial design, no less. By my order, the flames stationed here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we are unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. Yeah, that's true. The Echo lets me respawn. Respawning doesn't do much good if we're under, like, perma mind control, though. Then we'll just be a really big fucking nuisance. In the meantime, our scouts will bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial Army. I would once again ask for your aid. We've been keeping a close eye on the Garlean garrison, and 'twould seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squads leaving the scene, leaving the castrum, are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. Yeah, that would kind of kill tension, to be fair. Because who cares if anybody dies, because anybody can just respawn. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They've decided to take to the field to meet with this assault head-on. I've apprised your fellow scions of the situation and am heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray report to Lieutenant Alian and lend your much welcome strength to the counteroffensive. Glad to have you with us. As I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force from Castra Meridianum. Their main column assembles to the north, near Dalamud's talons, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They wish you rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilbert. Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bid you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the Fourth should have little trouble contending with the aught the Garleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless holed up in Ul'dah, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defenses and add their numbers to your counterattack. Leaving Ul'dah just with the flames. Especially with everything going on. Yeah, that's, Ilbert, you're not really making a, you're not really making me trust you anymore, buddy. The reinforcements are welcome. We have enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. Aye, 'twould be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take the fight to the Garleans. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scions will join the Fourth and give battle to this main column. You're with the Third. Oh, that's not Papalimo, that's Ilbert. You're with the Third then, Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept these squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yuyuhase. His scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. Now, this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads, the better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts, I imagine. We'll need to split ourselves up as well to cover more ground and make sure we rout all these would-be raiders. And seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I've assigned you your own areas to scour and clean of enemy soldiers. Aye, this will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back here when the task is done. Happy hunting, Scion. Sending me out on my own. Alright. I mean, I can handle it. Still don't trust that one as far as I can throw him either. Oh. Hopefully not stuck. Well, I mean, you can teleport out, but still. Oh, we've got a fucking... whatever they're fucking called, the walker things. Not that it lived for long enough to matter, but... not exactly standing on anything. Huh. You seem grim, Scion. I'll take that to mean that between us, more than a few Garleans won't be making it back to the Castro. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I would be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another one of those Magitech horrors. And it's time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the 4th and let Lieutenant Eliane know the west is now clear. I would appreciate it if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. Edelstein. What news of the Garleans? Their raiding parties are no more then. Excellent. The Amagina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in any immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. You must be anxious for your word of your fellows. Lieutenant Eliane has reported a sound victory over the main column and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is. The Rogadin lady with the large axe. So it appears she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but northern Thanalan is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sort such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue on your way. Gladly. Especially since, you know, this quest is called an uninvited Asian. How's it going, Moonbreeder?
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe.
Fair enough.
I know, as Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one.
She's great.
And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it.
Well, it didn't blow up, so that's a good sign.
So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed?
Kinda hard not to.
The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
She senses me. A useful talent.
We sense him.
Henasian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth, meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Cut him in half. Like, honestly, that
Your
axe could probably
instincts
chop
serve
that
you
guy in
well.
two.
But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales.
Not really a warrior of light anymore. Don't have the light of Eidolon, so it doesn't really count.
And
Not
you
really.
have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Yeah, his, I'm not a fan. Like, I like his voice. It definitely gives that creepy vibe, but I don't like it at the same time. Okay, let's not... Holy... Oh my god.
Do settle down.
Literally did the fucking oh fuck moment. Oh my fucking god. Alright.
You must concede that I acted in self-defense.
Yeah, I gotta give you that one, honestly.
But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light.
No, you're very observant of you.
Oh, dear. Could it be that frail Hydelin has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that she didn't just give the blessing immediately right back, but, you know, it's fine, I guess.
Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What did that bastard want with us? Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet. Unconscious. But this staff... You say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff.
Oh.
Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
Yeah, that one. Almost forgot about that one. It's kind of broken, though. I don't know what he wants with it. not Mark. Go through the door. You're here. Master Louis Sua's staff is kept in the solar, isn't it? Quickly now. Yep. Oh, yeah, it's gone. Oh, that's unfortunate.
You two.
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
I can still very much kick your ass, buddy. I don't think you understand how much less of a difference that makes.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Hebrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Sure you will, pal.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Did you not remember what happened last time? Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Moonbreda.
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
Also, how long are we just gonna stand there and not at least attempt to throw, like, one fire spell at the guy? Come on. We're just standing there watching.
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed?
Like, we could at least try. Like, it probably won't work, but, like, you could throw it out, you know, see what happens.
The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soi was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
You probably shouldn't wish for things, because they might happen.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
Oh, well, bye, Minfilia. Again, just standing there doing nothing. Could try something. We're only proficient in an axe, a sword, spells, healing. You know, we could do, yeah. Literally, guns. Well, gun blades, but you know, you could try something.
Quickly, before the rift closes.
Okay, I guess we're going in, baby. The chrysalis now available. All right. Where is it? Did I see it in here? Oh, it's just up on the list higher. Also, I need to deselect Keeper of the Lake before I accidentally do that again. So just the chrysalis. Come out to find you? Okay, yeah, sure. It's really funny? Okay. Fair enough. Where the fuck did everybody even go? Why is this place fucking empty? I mean, yeah, most of the Scions were out doing shit. Oh, well, I'll find you after we get back from this job. Yep, Dungeon said nah. Well, this is a little intimidating. It's been like 30 seconds, Minfilia. How are you already up there? God, you are fucking creepy. Don't forget to alternate your balls. Oh. Nope. Alright, that was blue ball, I think. Means I can take that. Oh, now I take one of these. I think we're good. I think I did that correctly. That seemed like I did that correctly. Given that I didn't die, that's a good sign. Whatever you do, don't. I generally forget to limit break anyway, so that won't be a problem. this again? Alright, red. Now I need blue. This blue one over here. Oh, I'm slow. I'm slow as fuck. Ow. It's fine, we lived. Oh, it's one of these. I see. Oh my god. Okay. Saying solo meteors. Oh. Damn. Well, now we know for this time. I think that was my first ever. I think that was my first ever trial wipe. Oh. Bound to happen eventually. I don't feel too bad about it. But now we've learned the mechanic, so it won't happen again. Well, honestly, it's been pretty convenient that we now have a fucking Ascian to try out a new theory with, if our friend can get that working by the time we kill this guy. God. So slow. Oh, nice heal. Except there's no way. Oh, actually, we're good. Shadow's playing nice. Alright, now we killed the Tear. Tanks can tank. Tear's gotta die. God, that was a cool fight, honestly. Oh, good. We did get the staff, and we saved we saved Midfilia.
Thank the 12.
Good. Mission accomplished. Taught that fucker a lesson. If you're gonna try the thing, now would be the fucking time.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come?
One day I'm gonna get my hand on those sick fucking
light
robes.
no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, Scions.
Yeah, do the thing.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
Do the thing.
What trickery is this? No. No. Cannot. No.
Alright, now we just need to come up with a weapon, like, real quick.
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free.
Oh, yeah, Tutsuma, the staff. Duh.
Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light. Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me. I shall make you pay for your insolence.
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louis, I understand now. The choice you made in death. There is life. Farewell, Urianger. You daft old coot.
We literally met you like fucking 30 minutes ago. You're not going to seriously... Well, she was a cool character while she lasted.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
And we're all for fucking an hour and a half, probably. But it was a good hour and a half, Moonbreeder.
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Yeah, I don't think he's coming back. La Habrea escaped at the last moment. He fucking exploded.
Moonbreeder. She's gone.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead.
And many more to follow, because now we can kill him. We just need to come up with a way to not have to sacrifice somebody every single time.
Toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minthelia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Yeah, 17 more
Does
quests.
Eorze know?
So that was the last, like, queued thing we had to do, though. So it shouldn't take too long to get through 17 quests. And I've still got more than enough time. Still got, like, 4 hours.
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens. Yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Sharlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louisoix. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hither to the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Sharlayan behind, Master Louisoix gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered, and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisoix I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisoix hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisoix's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer.
Damn.
Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisoix's will before the end?
Certainly seemed like it. She seemed pretty content to me.
The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Damn. Never have I seen Urian J so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Charlayan Manor to celebrate Moonbreeda's life and mourn her passing. Crit? The upbeat quest completion theme really isn't doing me isn't really doing the somber mood much favor. As Moonbreeda was a native of Charlayan, I feel it only fitting that we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? Oh wait, there is one other battle? Ah, that's fine. That's not a problem. 'Tis a monument found at Wraithfrost, and is sacred to Thaliak, guardian deity of the City of Learning. There we pray for our dear friend's soul, and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. Alright. Let's see if I can find you real quick. Oh, it's right over here. What the fuck? You really are standing on nothing. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Okay, that's fair. I'll definitely keep that in mind. We'll definitely see as we progress, because if it gets too late, or if I take longer than I think I'm going to need, you know, I might call it early anyway. But regardless, we are going to make, even if we don't hit Heavensward, we're gonna hit as close as possible.
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Life for death, a fair exchange.
Thanks for your input, buddy. Buddy chum, thanks. I'm so glad nobody else saw that. Nobody else just happened to glance this direction while the fucking dragon was talking, apparently. Or hear him, for that matter. Also, something tells me fucking Midgun Somar is just going to be a constant nagging voice in the back of our head, just like Heidelin used to be, probably. Phenomenal. Nope, I want to go in there, thank you. That was a quick quest. Though we have said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but a little. Forgive me. As antecedent, 'tis my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree? "'Tis as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louisoix, Moonbrita, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words, reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again. There is no other whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. Oh, okay. A victory won, a comrade lies. Yeah, I probably should have read the text out loud. That. What was that? That was odd. Okay. Why though? That was completely unnecessary. I think I could have gotten that on my own. Thanks. Have you a moment? I believe Ida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moonbrita's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. Hey, Ida, how's it going? Y'all doing alright? Probably not, but, you know, it's worth a shot. Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just so hard, you know? The thing is, I know Moan would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this, which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you. And the daisy at Wrathfrost. That was completely unnecessary. I did not need to spend that 100 gil teleporting. Yes, I know I could have just paused the teleport and stopped it and just walked, but I committed. Tomfoolery at its finest. Anyway, what was it you were here to pick up? The moon daisy, was it? Here then, take it. And tell that Ida lass that I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that dowery old mask of hers. Gods knows she needs to. Ugh, Rowena can be so annoying. She just will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again, and then again, and then again. It drives me crazy. What I mean to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Moonbreeda love these things, you know. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
You could turn around right now and see some crazy shit. No, okay, well. Nor did you hear it like fizzle out. Okay, well. Well, there are the dragons that Midgard Sommer talked about. Well, at least they're not raising everything. They're just gonna raise Ishgard, which is, yeah, I don't live there. It's probably fine.
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
Hello. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to hear of Moon Brida's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Korthus will arrive soon, and we must hasten to hear her report. The envoy is here. I thank you for receiving me on such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forgo the usual pleasantries if I may. Certainly. You've come with news of the Dravinians? Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago, and battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Aymeric himself sailed forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced to retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of too many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravinians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. Is it reinforcements you seek, then? We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain that we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Aymeric would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well. I shall depart for Korthus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is no means assured, and our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the grand companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to the leaders? Though I will gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I will speak with Sir Aymeric's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request, a personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgård and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. 'Twould seem the roads lead us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive. Okay. To Camp Dragonhead. It's loading. Oh, we're getting a cutscene. That's why it was loading. Hey, Iceheart. Good to see you're still alive and kicking. How's it going?
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
Sounds similar to what Midgård was talking about. Well, so much for that barrier. Well, a good fucking, like, Ishgard.
Sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Well. It's nice knowing the Ishgardians. Get fucked, I guess. Nothing we can do about it now. It seems I was the swifter. You two, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host is yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the Gates of Judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. The Gates of Judgment are much more than mere doors. They are outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards. If our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. But we not fret over much. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. There will be fine. Yeah, about those big shields. Unfortunate. Heretic scum. How dare they meddle with our divine protections. I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. Yeah, it doesn't look that good, Alvino. Gotta be honest. In fact, it looks very bad. 'Twould seem the heretic struck the first, and most telling blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates, and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you have learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at camp. Sir Aymeric awaits you. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bid and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Harchefant will know where Sir Aymeric means to receive us. All of these previous quests have been very fast. I think we've gone through like 5 to 6 quests in like the manner of the last like 30 minutes. 'Tis reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flame of courage within my heart. Ah, but you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived and would treat you in the intercessory. Hey, Merrick, good to see you again, buddy. How's it going? Not well, probably, given the situation, but you know. I thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, but we are but recently returned to the Gates of Judgment from the Gates of Judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alphino, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to a subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally. Estinin. Estinin? Hi, what's up with you? Estinian, okay. May I present to you as Ishgard's Azure Dragoon? An impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, yet even among such masters of the lance, Estinin is without equal. He, out of all warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravinian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. So, you are the adventurer whom they spoke. I see now why my blood fair sang in anticipation of our meeting. Well, now we have all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. 'Twould seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravinians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg, one of the 7 great worms. His name features prominently in your nation's history. Though once defeated by the hero Haldroth, the beast is said to have terrorized Korthus since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldroth plucked from the bested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. The eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage heretics, the dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravinian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel. That say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Though the endless march of years the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable, You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms. They who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies. 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that, we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covet the eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole in their mistress has not seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protection. 'Tis a weakness the Dravinians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem. You have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I suspected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lanes in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Korthus would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beast and beastmen. Until the Garleans' arrival, that is. For you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Korthus. They would not even have to draw steel. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordona. 7 hills. Very well. We will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar. Allow me, Sir Aymeric. Though through the power of the eye I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength, his essence is stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I'm in full control of my faculties, I assure you, and the eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It's not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the worm who roared was Nidhogg, aye. He means to hurl his horde against Danafin's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt the worm has summoned his minions to war. Oh, that's not good. War with dragons does not seem smart. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, the desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in a common cause. Sir Aymeric was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see that look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? The Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gate to outsiders. I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in the this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the antecedent. Amen, Vilio. We're gonna go to war with dragons. I know, probably not bright, but we're gonna do it, apparently.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
Not very good.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Yeah, it will be very bad.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go.
Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go to fucking war, baby!
The path we now embark upon is perilous. But I pray you will walk with us to the end.
Did I not go and kill the Ultima weapon for you? Like, come on. At this point, in for a penny, in for a pound. Like,
For those we have lost. For those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions, and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
Yep, definitely sus those guys. Volunteered Dragon Slayers. Let's go kill some fucking dragons, baby. And bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge the Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support, I lead to Alphino. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Korthus. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the barrier. Pray brief Slaftborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. Sure, we don't get to see enough Tataru nowadays. She's done like nothing in the main story, which is honestly a little disappointing because she's a good character. Hey, Tataru. We are rather close to Korthus, aren't we? We'd best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go. I have 101 things to discuss with Slaftborn. I don't think bandages are gonna do much against fucking dragon breath and dragon claws, but, okay. I'm pretty sure if you get hit by dragon's breath, most people just die. I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Korthus, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary, as well as temporary housing for the victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I'm certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at this siege. That said, each adventurer is, of course, free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here at Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls who will answer your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. Hey, Real. What's up, buddy? Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess. But that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Olamigo by the name of Wilred was there with the 4th on that day, and I would want to know if you've seen him since. Have you? God damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him all. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilred stopped turning up for duty, the black market weapons went missing from our vault in Ul'dah. So now, of course, half the Braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company is a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That and the steady pay. Now, compared to most of the others in this crew, Wilred's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion, and he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea. He bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilred. Any road, we've got a war to wage, so I'll let you get on. Just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you. Good old Riol. Love that guy. Thanks for the heads up. I already quite know who's the traitor in our midst. So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sounds of the siege, those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. Ah, but I have pledged myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do? What to do? Well, at least consider it. Sell me blade to the Ishgardians. Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay me fair share if the coin was good. I've worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hawk, he did. Still, I'd put up with that worse for that for a heavy purse. Okay, okay. We got one bite. We'll take it. One's better than 0. Not by much, but, you know, still better. Volunteer my services in defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. 'Twas to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. I would sooner die than in the pursuit of fortune than huddled up behind an icy wall. Yeah, fair enough. Worth a shot. So, did you sway any hearts? 1 or 2, Well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slathborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say 1 Revenant's Toll veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. Oh, I've been so caught up with recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Alphino. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Ishgard's plight, and they've requested your presence, as usual. Anyway, you'd best make your way to Ul'dah, or you'll be late. Alphino said he would meet you on the Royal Promenade. Back to Ul'dah, I guess. My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I'd hoped to proceed with these negotiations 1 leader at a time, but it seems my urgent requests for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I feel obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we?
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
I would hope not.
Ul'dah has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard. Not when our own homes are still under siege.
And they have a point.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
Their concerns are reasonable, Alphino. Come on.
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again.
Yeah, probably. I'd hope.
If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
You don't want to talk to me about it? I've been with you since, like, the beginning. Like, solved your problems early. Nah? Okay. Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Hashifont and Sir Emmerich to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Orzia's guardians. Captain Aelbert, what news? Then the assault has begun. We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Styriender at the Steel Vigil. Oop, nope. Man the cannons alongside the knights, and thin the Dravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report to Sir Marceline at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Okay. This is where I'm going to assume is our last dungeon/raid thing. This seems like the area for it. You are the appointed captain of the sellsword contingent? Then welcome. There's no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present, I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor on the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the Steps of Faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishes are slain. Oh, no, we're going into just a world battle, I guess. I expected this to go into like an actual fight, but yeah, it's okay. And done. More forces to contend with. Any more? Yep. Nope, not that one. I said, not that one. That's just a random ass fucking mob, but we don't need to kill that. Okay, back to the gates. What news, adventurer? The reinforcements? Decimated, you say? Dravanian devils, damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury. We'll avenge the death of your fellows in the battles to come. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the Sea of Clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danafin's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. 3 yet remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany our defenders at the outermost ward. I should hope that includes us as well, yes? The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. We could not stand idly by while the Horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would go against all that Master Louisoix has taught us. As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it prudent we divide into 2 groups. Ida and I will join the rear guard. Right. If the dragon should reach us, we'll be sure to give him what for. Thank you, all of you. Pray speak with me again when your preparations are complete, and together we shall stand against the Horde. I trust you are ready then. Good. Come, let us make for the battlefield. Oh, it's an instance battle. Right. Need to leave the party for that. Instance battle time, baby. Let's do this shit. Holy fuck. Okay. Oh, fuck. Sick.
Let's finish this quickly, shall we?
I shall make it quick.
Okay, this is cool. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, that's not good. This isn't going as well as I think we'd all have hoped.
Ether, to me!
Oh my god, I gotta contend with AI? Yeah. Fucking dungeon mechanics with AI? They're not gonna go out of their way to avoid me. They're just gonna go to a predestined spot. Well, there goes the barrier. It'd be nice if I could get some fire starter rocks. I don't actually have Surecast on my hotbar, which is a problem. Oh, well, there goes the second barrier. This is not going particularly well. Yeah, this is going real poorly. This war could definitely be going better right about now. %. Christ. Thank you. Oh yeah, we got this. It's fine. Get fucked, you big ugly Vishap. Ship. What, no pump and celebration? Just stoic look that time? Alright. That's fair. We did almost die, probably, and almost a lot of innocent people probably almost died. So a stoic look is actually probably deserved in this situation. Yeah, get fucked. City is not fallen today, assholes. The dragons. They're withdrawing. Victory is ours. One of Nidhogg's greatest champions, slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl do your bidding now, do you not? No matter. I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. Fucking mega leap the fuck out of there. The dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Commander Levier, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray let us meet anon that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. We have indeed achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed, but our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire, but step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And, as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory of on this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis hope that shall sustain us in the days to come, and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilberg back to Ul'dah and reassign those braves whose squad suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll and share your tale with Minfilia in person. We will see to informing the other nations of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Minfilia. Alright, perfect. Let's go. Back to the Rising Stones. Welcome back. Elfino sent word of the siege, and, of course, of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me. Thank you. Quick tongue, please. Yes. Broken bridges. You must be weary. And now may very well be our only chance to... Antecedent! Thanks, Tataru. A messenger from Ulda arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ulnamo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ulda in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized. Oh, but truly I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share the glory of your triumph? But mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ashgardians while the moon is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. We have scarce had time to mourn Moon Brida, and I, for one, am in no mood to coerce. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about monumentous change. And this without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you would do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions? Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious. I've never known Tataru to sigh at such requests. Could aught be amiss? Yeah, that is odd. But, oh well, let's go talk to her. Hopefully everything's alright. Really takes us this long to look in this area to see that she isn't here. Hey, Flamin, have you seen Tataru? I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think on it, she did seem rather preoccupied. Oh, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing really. Well, it's not nothing, exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Minfilia before things get any worse. You always know what to say. I'm glad we had this little chat. Right. Yes, Tataru? You have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, what with all the recent excitement, but she made me realize that there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you certainly have earned the rest. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, Antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Hoary Boulders and Coltonet have been promoted from guard duty to fill for need for competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I, too, should acquire the power to defend myself and others. More importantly, when I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Oh, okay. Whoa, hey! That's the first time I've almost been knocked onto the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Miss Tataru so determined. Has aught befell which I might help, Antecedent? Ah, not at present, thank you. Is there something you would ask of me? Oh, yes. Pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out in patrol. And I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request another adventurer, of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well. I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able. My thanks, Antecedent. I take my leave of you. Okay. Tataru wants to go learn how to defend herself and other people. The power to defend oneself. Tataru has been ever full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Urianger mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanemia. Mayhaps she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Limsa? Yes, that will be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild to see that all is well? It's doubtless unwarranted, but surely I'm not alone in my concern for her safety. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hoary Boulder with a capable adventurer? Well, I'm sorry to say that I have as yet been unable to do so. Now, I realize that you are rather more than capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath someone of your talents, but I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Generous to a fault. I thank you. And now, it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel across Eorzea taking etheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. The Hoary Boulder and Coltonet were to act as two such escorts, as was a third adventurer. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. You are truly a pillar of strength. Ori Boulder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. Alright, a couple basic quests. Can't be that far from complete at this point. Ah, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah! What did I tell you, Coltonet? Our misfortune has become a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the Warrior of Light themselves. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? True, but our mission is the same. Separated by moms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. If such thoughts bring you joy, you're welcome to think them. 2 more practical concerns. We would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He is waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, we shall be together every step of the way. Alright, first off, let's head to Lenoska to do an unexpected ambition. I thought we were, like, meeting with the royal family in Ul'dah, but apparently for a feast, but apparently that's not quite yet. Which is fair. Probably takes time to prep that sort of thing. Been a while since I've been in the Arcanist Guild. Oh, it's down here. What are you doing here? I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Tataru Itaru, shall become a great and powerful Arcanist. And now, at Mistress Thurbergroom's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise. Until we meet again. Okay. Ah, if it isn't you, the Warrior of Light. What brings you to the guild? So, you are acquainted with our newest member. An Arcanist of your experience must see that her potential is somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. Doubtless you recall receiving similar training under Kylia's supervision? A thought occurs to me. Why not oversee Tataru's training yourself? Given your relationship with the girl and your familiarity with the task, I think you the ideal choice. You need only head to the cliffs south of the Zephyr Gate as before and observe at a distance. What quest is this? Ah, it's the first scholar. Now I'm the guild master. Or whatever fucking, what's-her-face was, in the guild. couple wharf rats, couple ladybugs. Shouldn't have any problem with this, right, Tataru? Right? Hopefully, fingers crossed. O'er azure seas to pirate's port, where she met her shining jewel. For to what the smugglers planned to not, came the lass whom none could fool. I'm not gonna fucking sing all this. Are those crates I spy? Ah, and this must be the true test. But we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? You gonna cast something? Carbuncle? Huh. Never had Carbuncle do that. How the fuck did she not notice me? I should have known you'd come. You needn't say a word. Your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress Thurbegurum of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanemia, much like so much else, is beyond me. That's not necessarily true. There are like a bunch of different guilds you can try out for if this isn't really suiting your flavor. Like, how about becoming a black mage? I can assure you, well, you might not have the ether for it. Never mind. That one's probably not. That one probably wouldn't work. You're probably, I don't really think wielding a sword or an axe is your style. Daggers, really not. No, maybe bow's probably too big. Yeah, conjuration, you know. Conjuration was relatively easy to learn. They just had me kill a bunch of elementals, and from there, yeah, it was super fucking easy. I didn't actually learn anything. I just killed a couple things, honestly. Back so soon? How fared our fledgling arcanist? Abysmally, Mistress Thurbegurum. Abysmally, as he will testify. I was wrong to become an arcanist. Wrong as usual. I'm completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanemia. Were it not so, you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? Oh yeah, dude, she's great. You are too kind, Mistress Thurbegurum. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your word to heart and try not to be discouraged. Okay, well, I guess no more Arcanemia for her. Oh, no, hi, Tataru. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer? Wonderful. And it's off to Costa del Sol we go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off. What the hell does she want in Costa del Sol? Oh, a new outfit? I don't know why you needed me here for this. Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the drowning wench told me to look. There is a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore, one which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let's be off. Alright. I can help you collect a couple clams. That's not a big deal. What fortune! I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. You, have any success? Oh. I guess I can't be too close, huh? It would make more sense if I guarded as close as possible to avoid, you know, having something like... Oh, wow. It's a good thing this came from this direction, not the other direction, huh? Fucking thing would have eaten Tataru whole. And done. Got the pearls? Well fought. Well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize. A bounty of blood pearls. So named as for their reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient time. I thought I might make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they will always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people, in a way. Right, well, mustn't keep Flamen waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the Scions in the Laminson markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Farewell, and thank you for everything. It sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? Maybe you could just walk towards the shore instead of standing out in the water? Okay. Now to Camp Tranquil, we'll turn in both of these quests at the same time. See, how much time do I have? About an hour and a half before things start to get actually dicey. This will be my first long stream in quite some time. At last, the Scions deigns to grant me with her presence. Pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Isam Har. Come, we are late enough as is. I'm taking my fucking time out of my day for this asshole. Does this guy not know who I fucking am? Fucking hell. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Then please, stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. Fucking pompous fuck. You done? I see we have both completed our respective tasks. A satisfactory outcome. Though, if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in the future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Now then, Snake Molt awaits, shall we? Look, man, it's not my fault that I blow the things the fuck up. Okay, it kind of is, but like, fuck you. Fucking asshole. Right about here, yes. As before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. Yeah, fucking dick. Fascinating. Nope. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise. I'm not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let's quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. Great. Nope. I thought that was on a different map for a second. We can just fly there. As before, my guardian, pray leave me to my task and ensure our safety. No. That one, please. Thank you. Alright, you done? This data should prove invaluable to... Ye gods, what is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoises while my back was turned? Quickly now, off to Camp Tranquil. I will not have my clothing reeking of blood and offal. Yeah. I'm gonna do this while I'm here. You have chose to paddle in the Ichor a while longer, I take it. No matter. I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eorzea's ambient aether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's fount. The ambient aether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now, come along. God, I fucking hate this guy. Come on, any day now. We're getting there. You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements. Yes, yes, quite high, yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th Astral Era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference? Or is there something else? Something else? Where you going, buddy? Don't just wander off. Something else. Yeah. Oh my god. Wilrid? Oh, that's where you ended up, huh, buddy? Fear not, my friends, help has arrived. There you are. Ori and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Gutted like a hog. But not by one, no. These wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or his shield. I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What cause had Wilrid to come here? What should we do? We will see to the scholar's protection. Aye, and the boy remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. And so do I. I think I mean, we already know what happened. Come on, guys. It was the fucking... It was obviously fucking Ilberd and fucking... What's his face? The fucking Lalafell asshole. No doubt in my fucking mind. Welcome home. I gather you found Tadarun Limsa. My, it sounds as though she had quite the adventure. And while it did not end as she hoped, I suspect that it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. Wilfred dead? Mayhap murdered? By the 12, how can that be? I will send word to Alphino at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilfred's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this, and why? The recent events weigh heavy on our minds. We must needs set them aside for now. We are come to a defining moment in Eorzean history. The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard. The first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean alliance. Failing that, it should at least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested Dravanians and Asians both. Against desperate odds, we have fought and won. But the primals still plague us, and the Empire still plots our subjugation. And our triumphs, remarkable though they are, were brought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies broken on the steps of faith. And before our eyes, in this very room, our dear friend Moan Preta. This is the victory we have wrought, and it is as bitter as ashes in my mouth. That's a weird fucking way to word that, but okay. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it is a royal banquet, and all our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present a united front, that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. It seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Ul'dah, that we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tataru and Lamin a note. If they do not return quickly, they'll have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. Yeah, it's about fucking time we get some sort of celebration. Except not really. Off to the big soiree? Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not. You don't look best pleased. Something on your mind? By the Navigator, Wilfred's dead? God damn it, they must know they've been rumbled. I mean, sod it. 'Tis past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from. So I had to dig around, and on the quiet, like and sure, and found enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of coins made its way into the Braves' coffers, courtesy to a Dodo consortium. A daft name for a business, if I ever heard one, which is what first gave me an inkling that something weren't right. Though I went through the ledgers again and found another half-dozen donations from organizations with stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Oh, I'll give the bastard credit. He showed us up for the amateurs we are. Short of calling one of his businesses the bloody bribery consortium. I don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules on financial contributions. The gods only know how many of the men of the first and third are taking Telegi's coin. But now we know some of them are, and I'd wager me right eye that the ones what did for Wilfred. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions. Bound to attract attention he was. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't. Gods damn me. Still, I don't see what Teledegi hopes to accomplish. He hid his schemes with all the care of drunk pissing into the wind. No, he's cleverer than this, so we need to be clever too. It's the only way we'll ever repay this debt in blood. We'll purge every one of them traitorous bastards from our ranks. On that, you have me word. And mind yourself when you're in Ul'dah. We're heading into a storm. I can smell it. The kind that'll sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. Yeah. Something tells me this feast is not gonna go well. Especially because this quest ends before the feast. So are we gonna get into like another quest that is the feast, or does the quest not actually end until the cutscene's over? Regardless of how this is going to work, I do not fucking have a lot of faith in the fact that this is going to go well. We've been waiting for you. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I had hoped that we might make our introductions together, but Mistress Momodi has just sent words that you are needed at the quicksand. Oh, okay. I'm needed at the quicksand. What did Momodi do? Well, go on ahead. Pray join us once matters at the quicksand are resolved. Oh, okay. Give my regards to Momodi, and let her know that I will call upon her anon. Okay. Kind of an odd time to be summoned, but sure. I'm not really one for banquets and parties anyway. Hey, Momodi. I appreciate you dropping in on such short notice. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with a crystal brave by the name of Alian, aren't you? Former adventurer, come to think of it? I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. Well, anyway, she came around for a meal not long ago, and before she left, she asked me to give you a message. Said if the others ended up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the Coffer and Coffin. There's something I must show you. A short message, I grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched her food, too. Under other circumstances, I'd have thought those signs of a troubled heart, but something tells me she ain't planning to ask your thoughts on a gentleman caller. Yeah, no, I don't think so. This is either an ambush, or she really needs to tell, or she's trying to tell me something and not have anybody know about it. The fact that she's dragging me away from this party doesn't exactly scream great either. I mean, although I trust Alian of all of my recruits, I would very much doubt that she, of all people, would be bought out by Telechi. As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon the ghosts of your comrades lost and enemies slain begin to file by your mind's eye in solemn procession. Cleaning your head, you scan the horizon, but see no signs of Alian. Okay. Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of chichurn and the buzzing of syrphids, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bowed your head, only to notice the vial lying at your feet. Is that you? What brings you out this way? Oh, Laurentius. Our thief turned, our traitor spy turned friend, huh? How's it going? You here to stab me in the back? Although you probably wouldn't have called out to me if you were. Lieutenant Eliane? Nope. Why no, I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee we would have crossed paths. I must have passed this spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city's environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should be with the other honored guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. Aye, pray return to Ul'dah. If I have the chance to meet the lieutenant, I will tell her you were here. Yeah. I fucking knew it. Turn around. Like, why is the Warrior of Light so fucking oblivious to everything?
O Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
Aha! Hey, Laurentius, how's it going? I'm gonna just come up and talk to you really quick. I'm trying to kill time before I go to this fucking thing. Gods, I envy you, all that food and wine. I cannot think of a person more deserving. Enjoy the feast. You've earned it. Yeah, I'm gonna show this to Momodi before I do anything else. I trust her more than anybody else. She's the only person that's had my back since I got to Ul'dah back when I started the game. I reckoned you'd head straight to the feast after meeting with Alian. What's the matter? No appetite? So she wasn't there, but this was, huh? Let's see. This looks like an alchemist file, but beyond that, I can't say. Might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. Any road. No use worrying about Alianne. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long, and when she does, we'll soon find out what this was all in aid of. Besides, you got more important things to think about. And you believe that. While you were away, another message arrived for you. Well, one did. One delivered by the Sultana's handmaiden, no less. Seems Her Grace desires a private audience. Her handmaiden will meet you on the royal promenade and escort you to the Sultana's chambers. So, what are you waiting for? Go on, then. Go. I'm carrying a vial of who knows what liquid. I was invited to a private meeting with the Sultana.
You needn't trouble yourself so. Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me. Rather an honor.
Okay, yeah, something tells me you're working with Telegy, and you're going to poison her, and I'm going to get the blame for that, aren't I?
If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light. I am.
Just a theory. I'm sus of this entire fucking situation. This is not going to end well. I have no fucking faith that this is going to end well. Everything is coming to a head, and I don't want any of it.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, Antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity.
Yep, certainly are. I'm sure nothing will go wrong.
But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty Warrior of Light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
She will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required her attention, but it did not sound serious.
I don't think it was serious initially, but I do certainly think that it's about to get very serious. Oh boy. Well, no use prolonging the our fate any longer than we already have. Let's do this. Hello. If you require a moment to compose yourself before your audience, you may have it. Or if you are ready, it would be my honor to escort you to Her Grace's chambers forthwith. How much time do I got? Plenty. I've got an hour. I doubt these cutscenes will all take an hour.
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived. Pray, come in, and take your ease.
'Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
Like
And
you had
what of the
anything
city
to
proper?
fucking do about it.
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words. After the fact.
Yeah, it really didn't do shit.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of her grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nation.
Hey, let's go! Finally!
Once more be as one.
Very well.
Is aught amiss?
Good fucking question.
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon.
I'm waiting for something to happen, because something's gonna happen.
You wished a word, Yu Hase?
Oh yeah, we're giving way too much focus on this. This is
You
bad.
may go. Your Grace. You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion.
Okay.
I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy. You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate.
Okay, you know,
Tis
good
mine
on ya.
intent that
Didn't
the
feel it
ruling
that
class
long.
of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few. Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me?
Don't fucking drink from the goblet. Don't drink from the goblet. Please, for the love of God, do not drink from that fucking
grateful.
goblet.
More grateful than I can well express. How much we have both changed since that day we met beneath the Sultan tree. And the days ahead promise to change us further still. I hope that we will recognize ourselves when all of this is over.
Do not. That's bad. You fucking idiot. God damn it. Well, fate is sealed, I guess. I saw this fucking coming a mile away. It's like Rubon fucking immediately knows something's up. Like, what the fuck was that? Well, that was a nice carpet, too. Yeah, well, I saw that coming. I can't necessarily be super shocked. Oh, look who it is that shows up immediately. I'm not surprised.
Your Grace!
Wow, really fucking... And, yep. Hello, Miss Handmaiden, who definitely was the one who poisoned her. That's...
Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead. Poison in her wine?
Yep, and now you're gonna frisk me and find the vial.
You did this!
Yeah, I'm set up.
Spare us your denials. I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance.
Wow, yeah, sure.
I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
I'm not a viper. That class isn't out yet. What do you mean? I'm kidding. It's getting late for me. Yeah, we're not gonna seriously apprehend ourselves to this, right? No, we're gonna actually let them arrest us? It's okay.
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
I saw this coming from... Okay.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
Yep, and we're about to cause a massive scene.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor.
You're not seriously buying this, right?
Come, Lucia.
Whatever is going...
Oh.
Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Mm-hmm.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts.
I'm sorry. Forbidden arts?
You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals.
God, I love you, Thancred. Good fucking
Come then.
job.
I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without Her Grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us, now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthus. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
I fucking hate this guy. Fuck that guy.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in Her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity.
Yeah. Anybody with a brain knows this doesn't make any fucking sense. Come on.
Bring in the prisoner.
Yeah, you're gonna flaunt me around like some fucking trophy. Yeah, I will blow everybody the fuck up. Oh, hello. Hello, Ilberd.
This woman stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamu ul Namo, and as suspected accessories to the crime, all members of the
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison Her Grace was found upon the assassin's person.
How very convenient.
Well, at least
You
my
would
friends
speak of
have my
convenience.
back.
Who persuaded Her Grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield.
Disciples?
Oh, yes. I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend.
We literally just protected his fucking nation from getting fucking murked. What the fuck do you want?
I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands.
Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead. Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be. Nanamo. No!
And Daruman, you're still on our side, right? You know that this was a play by Telegi, right? Like, you can't be fucking... It would be hard for you not to. Fucking little... fucking asshole. I saw that fucking smile before you walked off, you fuck.
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you. It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief.
Wow, you're really not fooling fucking anybody, you know that?
She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say Her Grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
Is any of the civilians in the attendance at this party fucking buying this nonsense? I mean, just look at that fucking face.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
Good on you. Good on ya. Honestly, fucker deserved it. I don't think he's gonna be benefiting from that anymore. Oh my god.
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow syndicate members. You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
Seriously? We're still on this? I mean, yeah, you're benefiting from this too. But, like,
You're next, you scheming bastard!
Raban!
Seven hells!
Had no reaction to when he fucking murked the guy, right?
Admiral, we must leave.
Ah!
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
Come on, we can seriously brag out a couple rope buy-ins, right?
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
'Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alameda
I
and become
fucking
great
knew
war
it.
heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter. Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
You die!
Even fighting with one arm, like... Oh my god! Jesus Christ!
I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand.
Ruban, as always, my man.
Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
No words to say, still the nod, huh? God damn it, you two, Minfilia, God! Holy fuck. Gonna be hard to get out of the city.
There you are.
Oh, hi, Thancred. Good to see you
Thancred,
dealt with your
where have you been?
problem.
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
As always, Ida, never change.
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
I'm pretty sure that's what she was thinking.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share poor Nanamo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe is thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papa Shan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Animo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel. It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
The rest of you, go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida, Papalimo!
Yeah, we can still go. Oh, and never mind. You could have done that when they were, while you were behind the gate.
Here. Hurry, now. Find this tunnel.
That was completely unnecessary. You could have just done that while you were already behind the gate, and we would have all been able to. Okay. Well.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
Lolorito.
Now look what you've done.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
That's a lot of guys. Good luck.
This is so stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
sorry I dragged you into this, Papalymo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
What the fuck kind of bomb a third spell is that?
Let them have it, Ida!
I was hoping you'd say that.
Why can't I do that? I'm arguably a much stronger Black Mage than fucking Papalymo. Come on. I want to do the big, buffy, fucking explosion punchy thing.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
Where the fuck do you think the water comes from? It's a fucking desert.
The architecture is of the Sylvine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
This way!
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two, go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends.
Leave us!
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see them again. There's no way they're going to literally get rid of all of the major characters we've been working with this entire time.
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
Fuck.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
Holy fuck.
Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
'Tis done. Forgive me, Mitra.
Farewell, Ophelia.
There's no way they were actually dead, right? No way. You can't be serious.
Magdalene, she speaks to me.
Now?
No.
Of all the
I
fucking
must remain
times.
behind, but you cannot stay with me.
What? You don't fight.
Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness.
I don't know what the fuck you think you're going to do. You don't even do fighting things. What are you gonna do by staying behind? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, I guess I'm on my own again. It's like back to square one, I guess. So they knew about the tunnels, but didn't have anybody prepped at the exit? We're here, of all places? Where we fought the fucking golem in Ul'dah the first time. Holy fuck. Of all the places to come out. Alphino? And who do we have here?
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others?
About them.
Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some arms between us and Ul'dah.
Are you fucking kidding me? There is no fucking way. We're getting on a caravan at the end of this fucking story with the same fucking guy.
I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. God damn it. We literally went full fucking circle. I started in Ul'dah on a caravan with this fucking asshole. And now I'm fucking leaving Ul'dah in the caravan with this fucking asshole. And Alphino is here, which he was here in both. He was here in both caravan rides. No Elise this time though.
I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Ul'dah, and likely needed a helping hand getting away. Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were. Aye.
Thanks, Mimir.
Driven by them soldiers as we're pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Ha! Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
Still don't understand who wants.
You be, young sir.
I still don't know who the fuck would need the Scion's gun this badly. That's a good idea. That's a good point. Who the fuck are you?
Pippin Terrapin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames.
Pippin? Pippin. Okay.
I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Uldar. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monetarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Uldar that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
A friend? Well, Brent.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation. But in the end...
Yeah, it didn't exactly go that well, did it?
'Twas I who needed saving.
Well, Brent, I did find the power I sought. The unbridled mass destruction of black magic. Really worked out for me in the end. Well, not really. I mean, we're kind of fucked at the moment, but... Them soldiers will keep searching for you, why yet. Reckon we'll take the carriage back towards Ul'dah and get the lay of the land. Maybe provide a distraction if need be. You three wait here. Help will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight's to come. Yeah, where the fuck are we gonna go? I mean, Ishgard is the obvious choice. Just opened his gates. We have friends there. They left before the entire assassination thing happened. The most unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. That fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he lent us aid with a moment's hesitation, or any hint of concern for his own safety. Though I can well imagine how a man would feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Father often spoke of you, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not how I envisioned it. Master Alfino, you must not give in to despair. That would only play into our enemy's hands. So long as you and they are free, we may still set things right. Forgive me, Master Turripin, but Alfino, my boy, sorry to keep you waiting. Who do we got? Sid! Oh, my man! It's good to see you're safe, of all people. Sid, what are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire as usual. Your merchant friend told me everything. Truly. Then he is no merchant but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how do you intend to bear our friends to safety? I hid the Enterprise but a short distance away. All I need is a destination. We must find a place beyond the reach of both the Monetarists and the Crystal Braves. Korthus, Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces in their territory. That settles it. With me, everyone. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Ul'dah to the Monetarists and their cronies. You may be certain that they will seek to defame you, both here and in the other city-states. But know that I shall do my utmost to thwart their every effort. Frankly, I do not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily on the Warrior of Light and her allies, no matter what the Monetarists claim. Marshal Turripin, I know what to say. Now that father would labor to believe. But enough talk. You must go, Master Alphino. Your airship awaits. Also, I wonder what Heidelin said to fucking Minfilia in that moment. It's us, Sid, and fucking Alphino alone again. Up, up. There's no rest for the righteous. On the good old Enterprise. So what I like... So am I no longer like a member of the Flames, or... I'm fucking joking. Obviously they're not gonna like revoke my access to the fucking old towns and my old mechanics just because of an expansion, right? Right? Not that I would really mind it. We should make for Camp Dragonhead and speak with Lord Hoshafont. Mayhap he will know what to do. I figure we've got like credits coming up or something, so... We're still technically in a Realm Reborn, I'm pretty sure. I don't have too much time left, but I have enough. Master Alphino told me of your tale. It warms my heart that you should turn to me before all others, and I shall endeavor to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence. 'Twould be best if I explained in full. I think this is the last quest.
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault. And 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The Temple Knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard, and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert. How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Ul'dah, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard.
That's good.
As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The Falling Snows.
The Falling Snows.
All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Fortom. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor. Agents of Ul'dah will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence.
Let's go. The friends we make along the way.
You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions.
The rest?
'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
So who ended up here? Well, let's see who else is here. Who else made it out of the heart? We just got that new base, man! Upon proceeding to the intercessory, several cutscenes will play in sequence. As recommended, yep. Play them. I will gladly watch them. This will be where we cut it off once these cutscenes are done. God, I haven't done an 8-hour stream in a long time. And as tiring as it is, it does feel good. Oh, good. Thank God, Tataru, you're alive. Of all the people, thank God. Alphino, is it really you? I'm so happy that you are... Oh, man. Of all the people I was hoping would make it, it's good to see you, Tataru. I tried contacting Minfilia and the others, but no one would respond. And then the Crystal Braves, our own people, turned on us in the marketplace. Flamine told me to run, and so I did. I ran, and I ran until my lungs burned and my feet ached. But I lost my way, and then... Fortunately, I had observed some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. Oh my God, Yugiri? Oh my God. Okay, sick. Ah, yes, my mask. It was lost in the struggle. You do not look like how I expected you to look. Pretty, isn't she? Anyway, after Yugiri found me, we traveled to Vesper Bay and met up with Urian J. When we told him what had happened, he used his magics to weave a glamour around the Waking Sands. From the outside, our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. The transformation didn't take long, either. Apparently, Urian J started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, huh? Sorry, where was I? Oh, yeah. So we waited there at the Waking Sands, hoping others would come, but no one else did. My people are searching for the other scions even as we speak, but we have met with no success as yet. I had hoped you might be able to suggest further places to look, but you should know, the Rising Stones did not share the Waking Sands' good fortune. Only Crystal Braves await you there. Be that as it may, we yet have cause to hope, do we not? If the two of you escaped, it's not impossible that the others could have done so as well. You may have been forsaken by men and women to believe true, but rest assured that the people of Doma yet stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repay our debts and shall continue our efforts to locate the others and see the scions restored to their rightful place of honor. I mean, I knew she was a fucking aura because of the tail, but, like, getting to see her face is
all
nice.
my doing. I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eorzea's woes. And look what that arrogance has wrought. I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves, and even the Scions themselves, as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod. The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve? Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee? Oh, yes. I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos, which was all but a means to feed my own vanity. Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
Oh, Alphino.
So, Master Alphino, Are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Alphino, if I may? Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard. Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orchefon. 'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians. The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity. Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
Do we have credits? Do we have a Realm Reborn credits? Given that there's nothing popping up, I see no loading bar, and I'm hearing like, yep. As much as I hate as much as I don't like to skip credits, it is fucking late. I haven't streamed this long in a long fucking time, dude. Man. As I said earlier, it kind of feels good to be back to actually streaming for a long time. But it was only by the grace that I got fucking
as you desired, my lord.
afternoon shift this week. Lolorito of all people. You're behind this? Damn. Hey, La Brea, what's up? You come to taunt me? Nabrilas. Nabrialas is no more. The ardor was not his to invoke. His demise was of his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They have extinguished that which should rightly be eternal. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. The northern lands, then? The earth is fertile, and the seeds well sown. By my will they shall reap salvation unlike any the world has known. By his will. By his will. Ariane, I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak and make thine intent known. I would speak of fate, Archon. Yours, mine, the fate of this very star. Damn, Marianne, what are you doing, buddy? You okay? Oh, God. Oh, no.
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond. Delusion, despair, death. Thou shalt find naught else here.
Sorry, Midgard Sommer, but I find it really fucking hard to be intimidated or take you seriously when you fucking look like that. I mean, look at those big fucking eyes in your little head. Oh, he's so cute. To preserve the dawn's light, the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope and eyes fixed heavensward. You see that? See that? That's Black Mage job quest. That's a fucking Black Mage job quest. We can fucking get... What is it? What do we get? I think Ley Lines is next. Not Adventure Plate. Fuck. I want actions and traits. Get what? Yeah, Ley Lines next. And we get Blizzard 4 and Blizzard 4 Blizzard 4 and Fire 4? Also, that's why I don't have Sharpcast. I'm used to... I was thinking of... what was I thinking of? The thing that makes me immune to knockback effects. It's... I was thinking of Surecast. I think I said Sharpcast. But regardless, fuck. This was a long stream, but we did it. This quest, this is Heavensward. We're there. We're there. We have Black Mage job quests. We did it. Oh, we literally streamed for double the length I'm used to, back to being used to, but we fucking did it, baby. Oh, God, part of me wants to get back to streaming hours like this, but not if I stream as many days of the week as I do. I've got to find a balance. But regardless, thanks everybody so much for watching. If you still are, I will be back tonight, I think, with Super Paper Mario. I think. Depending on if everything goes well. However, depending on how much sleep I end up getting after this stream, I may reschedule it for Friday. I don't know, but we'll find out. Regardless, if you enjoyed and want to catch more streams, press the follow button, do the subscribe thing on YouTube, join the Discord for notifications for when I go live and the schedules for week by week. Not that the schedules have really proven much, but regardless, I hope everybody enjoyed and have a good night. God, I need some sleep.